if I may borrow a metaphor, is like the final whistle in a tightly contested soccer match between two giant teams. Do we ignore? So the judge is the referee. Now, for those ones who are not bothered whether Arsenal is playing against Man U or Chelsea, those ones who don't follow may not like this metaphor. But those who follow soccer, whether it is here, Villa versus which one? KCCA. Vipers versus, say, and what is the Mbarara one? Mbarara FC. Rwampara. I'm not sure Rwampara has been to Kampala. But you look at this. One team rejoices. So if you belong to Arsenal, that is the winner. If you belong to Man U, you. One team rejoices, is in a celebratory mood, and is unlikely to query the rationale behind the victory. Surely, you've had a very good referee. Very good. Standard. But the other team will often be left with pertinent questions. The other team. This is Man U now. Why did we lose? Huh? Why did we lose? Was the decision fair? Was the referee fair in not awarding a penalty when our captain got a rough tackle? Was he? All those questions will be asked by who? The loser, not the winner. When there is a knockout, knockout to the fellow. Yes. When there is a knockout, most likely there will be no appeal. Will such a penalty have made a difference to the final outcome? You've seen people missing penalties, failing to score. You think about all those things. What was the reasoning behind? Then you start saying the man was very unfair to us. It's because you lost. It is therefore crucial that our judgments, my lords, your worships, it is crucial that our judgments do not speak only to the victorious party, but perhaps even more to the party who was not favored by the judgment. The party who has lost. This person who is saying, why did I lose this case? If the question is directed to you, you just say, read my judgment. The reasons are there. If you've not exhibited clarity, you've had on faithful application of the law to the facts, Faithful application. What is the faithful? That's a good one. But we could have someone who say, what is religion? What is unnecessary gaps to explain in a as concise as possible, but without leaving out any necessary details how we arrived at our decision. My lords, your worships, you have to take your time. And don't say this is the simple judgment. This is a simple case. There is no simple case. Everyone wants to be heard. Everyone wants judgment in their favor. But since there may be no tie, have lost, but the judgment is very good. This is precisely how to sustain trust in the judicial system. That's it. Especially in commercial arena where fairness and transparency are paramount, precisely because the stakes are high. You will read the rest when this paper is given to you. My lords, your worships, I can as well stop here. This is why, yes. This is why we are spending the whole day looking at judgment writing. My Lord Chairman.
Just want to see.
Thank you. Tony, you said you would put that thing on. Is he around, Tony? Good morning, my lords, your worships, ladies and gentlemen. We want to go through a thing that really we've been doing, been writing. In my days in 1983, when I became a judicial officer, I don't know how many of you were born. On the same day with Justice Bamwine, we did the same interview. Those interviews in those days where you do today, the following day you have results. You don't have to. So we did not know how to write a judgment. The Law Development Center does not teach you how to write a judgment. You just go through. And in those days we were 28 or 30. Now there are 500 or 400 all undergoing training. And I was asking one of the top Makerere University lecturers, I said, now, when you are there in that class, are you lecturing or addressing a rally? Yeah, because in our days, you would know the voice of the person behind you in class. You know, that is so-and-so, that is so-and-so. Now you can't. So they don't lecture, they address rallies, and therefore the practicals become a little bit difficult. The core duty of the judiciary is to dispose justice through judgments. There are no shortcuts. The core duty is to resolve disputes. And because of that, because we want it clean, we must write good judgments. As Justice Bamwine said just now, there is not one style. Say the judgment must be written like this. There are those who write 60 pages in something that would have been 20 pages or 14. We have now, I think the last judgment, the longest I've read, written by a retired judge, was 175 pages. And on appeal, it becomes very complicated for the appellate court. It also, because of their backlog, also they want to move quickly. So it becomes very complicated. So we want to learn how to write a judgment, not very long, but containing everything. They call it a self-contained judgment. We have people who begin their judgments by reproducing the evidence. They write and reproduce evidence. PW1 said this, PW3 said this, PW4 said this. Therefore, and that type of person does not later on reason. He says, therefore, it is the plaintiff who has won. I'm saying there are those. We read them, don't we? And that is why a training in ULI is going to be very important. Because now our judgments are not stopping here. Once they go online, they're being read in Australia, they're being read in the US, South America, and so on. So ULI will have to come up. I think Joel is going to tell us how we are going to do it soon. You find a person writing a judgment in a criminal proceeding, and he says, in this case, Uganda is the prosecutor, and Sazi Christopher, male adult, Munyarwanda by tribe, and Akampurira Dennis, male, Mukiga are the accused persons. He's literally reproducing what? Statement of offense, some of them even underline, statement of offense, cyber stalking, contrary to section 26 of the computer. The facts are found in these particulars. Then he reproduces the particulars, says Christopher Kampurira in Kampala at this, and repeatedly used. And so the whole paragraph, he puts it there. He's free to do that because each one of us has his own style. Then he goes, count 2. Then he again repeats what the charge, he cuts and pastes the charge sheet on the on his judgment. And then he wakes up and begins writing the judgment. But you can do it in another way. You can begin like you are beginning a story. You can say, Joeli and her 2 daughters were staying in Namisindwa, where I come. On the night of the 25th, somebody crashed into their house, broke the door with a huge stone. They were deep asleep, they were not able to immediately recognize, told them to put their heads under the beds, and then took everything and disappeared with them that night. In the morning, they reported this matter to the police. The police, suspecting Tom and Jerry, arrested them and charged them with aggravated robbery. You've done everything that was there. Yes. In that paragraph, you've done everything that was there. You've not only done everything that was there, but by your statement of at night, crashed it, surprised them, pointing flashlights in their eyes and telling them to put their heads under the tables, what you have done is you have raised an issue of identification, which you are going to use. Isn't it? You have raised it. You are not this reproducing. You've raised an issue of identification. Therefore, your mind is beginning to race towards how do you identify a person favorably in a dark room at night when he was still sleeping, and so on. And your mind is already racing even as you hear your case and say, what are the things that help positive identification of a person? You have 40 cases to do in how many days? No, let me just finish one paragraph, then we shall do that. But maybe the chairman should rule on that one. So you have 40 cases, I think so, in 40 days, including weekends. And you are going to finish them, which you will not. You can't finish them. You can write 40 judgments, but you will have written no judgments. Because you are talking of an issue of taking a plea, you are swearing in assessors, you are in one day, then you are hearing plenty prosecution, then you are dealing with the submissions of no case to answer, you are delivering a ruling, you are putting people on their defenses, and you do summing up, you do somebody in the High Court is not being fair. You can't finish 40 in 40 days. And that's why you'll find a judgment reproducing this. So we are saying because you now have those issues already raised, you can work very quickly. There was darkness. Did the flashlight help? Did you have a chance of them seeing you when their heads were underneath the bed? Had these victims known them before? How long had they known them? Was there nothing to obstruct clear observation of these people? Those things have come because of the way you opened up. The majority of cases in the world, in criminal, about 90% succeed through identification. Because the majority of theft is body to body, body to body. It is now that we are getting cybercrime coming in, and there where I sit in my desk in the village and cause the transfer of money from an account in Kampala to my person in Arua or Australia, wherever. But otherwise, identification. So your judgment, to have the clarity that my brother was talking of, must bring this out. And early in time, so that when you go on, you begin addressing them. You begin addressing them. So we are going to look at what a judgment is. And we've said crafting, composing and writing good judgments, ruling is both an art and a science. It is an art and a science. We're saying it's an art because you do it repeatedly by writing, and it is a science because it is imparted by transfer of knowledge from whoever is teaching you. And teaching you does not mean somebody stands and talks to you. You can learn judgment writing by merely reading judgments of earlier people. You learn how to write a judgment by looking at judgments of earlier people. Some of us were interested in reading judgments of those serious, very senior justices who were there in the Supreme Court. At that time, you read Justice Wambuzi's judgment, you read Justice Mlenga, you read Justice Tsekoko, you read those judgments, and you see how they were doing it. And you will notice how each of them actually behaves by reading the judgment. You'll be able to notice who writes when he's annoyed, who writes when he's just free, who writes when you will, by reading, you'll know the temper of the person. You read a judgment of a woman dealing with a case of rape when she was raped many years ago. You will know the language, the thugs, the hoodlum, the language speaks. Or a person whose daughter he loved most has been defiled. You will know. Such men like these must be kept out of circulation. If our daughters, he says, our daughters are to be protected, you know. So the language should speak. When you read those judgments of those gentlemen and ladies, and we had Justice Kato. Justice Kato would write a judgment of, say, murder in 5 pages. And everything is there. The ingredients are there. And the evidence that is required is the only one he puts there. He doesn't carry PW1, PW2, PW3. And they would be there. You see? So the main function of judicial officers is to adjudicate and make decisions. It follows that writing judgments and rulings is a must. You cannot dodge. You cannot dodge. But you can dodge if you promote ADR through mediation. You can dodge if you promote ADR by pre-bargaining. You can promote. So it's, for you are even luckier. You can dodge. After the war in Gulu, we went there with Justice Arach and Justice Oumo. And they had been several years without judges. Several years. So with Justice Arach, we said these things, if we are to do, we must do settlements. And we did settlements. So you can avoid judgment. But there is that judgment which will also come where the parties are saying, no, we want to hear from the judge. He's the one going to decide. And so, if you are not researched, you will always delay your judgments. And we know that the delayed writing, delivery of judgments is partly due to lack of judgment writing skills. So you need that. It is therefore critical that judicial officers are continuously empowered through training to enhance their judicial writing skills. The course aim, what we are doing here, is to develop knowledge and skills for writing reasoned. They must be reasoned judgments, fair judgments. They should be balanced. And they should be concise, as I mentioned earlier. When we do this, then we shall have an expeditious way of emitting justice to the people. You will face less stress when you have written your judgments. You will face less stress. If you have 60, 70 judgments, you'll be very stressed. When I was a registrar at the High Court, there was a judge who had had cases in Kampala, and he was transferred. He went with about 20 or so judgments. In Mbarara, where he was transferred, he left with about 60. He died. He died. Me, I think the death of that gentleman, one of the causes was the stress. Was the stress. And there is nothing as bad as stress, because you are, one day we shall do a course on stress with you. There is nothing as bad as that. You begin getting problems even at home. Yes, because you are not writing, you have 20, 30 judgments, right? You begin, at home now you want to carry files home, to write from home. And you are annoyed with everybody, you don't want to be talked to, you can't even sleep, and now you know when you are stressed, you have no self-start even. So madam, yes. So madam is likely to, hey, say, we are tired of your work. You rather come back and sit at home. The car doesn't move. Or if it moves, it reaches a wheel and it splatters and stops. You've got to push it again. So, judgment writing is important. And it is the biggest challenge. It is the biggest challenge to many a judicial officer. It has to be learned, improved, and refined with the time. King James, being a king, thought that just writing just judgments, I am the king. So let me also write one. He asked Justice Edward Coke, I said, you give me, I also want to hear one case. He returned the file. And he returned and said, I could get on very well hearing one side only. Because one side only you hear, it's like a case you are hearing where there were no defense. He didn't come by and you are formal proof only. But now he had two. So he says, I could get on very well hearing one side only. But when both sides have been heard, upon my word, I know not which is right. He returned the files unheard. So it's not an easy thing to write judgments. It is the hardest of the legal arts to master. It requires a master of legal method and pure writing skills. You may be having a lot of integrity. I don't want the independence of judiciary, judge. We have a lot of wisdom when you are discussing the weather and so on. You learned, good temperament and common sense, devotion to duty and hard work. But you must appreciate writing a judgment if you are to be complete. So that is what Honorable Gerard Lebovitz, is a judge in New York, seems to say. Required are an appreciation of the reader's needs and the litigant's wants. This is what Justice Bamwine said, that you are not writing for only the successful person. You are also writing for the losing party. And in that paper which he showed us, it says that in fact the losing party needs more to know why he lost. The successful party does not even want to look at the mistakes you made in giving judgment in his favor. He is not interested. Like the referee he referred to, the referee having made mistakes, and I think he has a problem with Man U. When Man U is beaten, when Man U is beaten, it is the team which beat it does not care whether the referee made mistakes or not. But man, you must know, if I am to appeal, where am I passing? So that's why this gentleman says required are an appreciation of the reader's needs and the litigants' wants, not merely an application of the law. Their needs are to know what happened. And so failure to write a judgment or indecision for whatever reason renders the officer vulnerable. You become vulnerable. You begin, first of all, the other party begins thinking that, I think he wants me to say hello to him. Yes. You become vulnerable. And he may come in such a tempting manner that you may find it difficult to say no. So to avoid those, write these things and they go away. Write them and they go away. Laziness, incompetence, bad attitude are a recipe for corruption. Those, once you are lazy, then to move you, people must show cause why you should move by coming to see you. If you are incompetent, you again need somebody to move you. If you have a bad attitude, you need somebody to cool you. So you become a target for corruption. So failure to decide means that any party coming with money or other inducement will rescue you from indecision and carry the day in the judgment. And that is, I am told by people that this is a big contributor to corruption in the judiciary. You would actually be considered corrupt even when you are not asking for anything. But whatever, whether you are corrupt or not, you are creating backlog. You are creating problems for people who depend on land, like, well, now that I'm unemployed, I depend on my small garden in the village. Some of us are quite prolific. You have 8 children on a quarter acre. Yes. You go to Busoga here, these are serious fellows. 12 children, a quarter acre. And then you've put an injunction on use of the land until the case is disposed of. Yes, until the main suit is disposed of. And that is why the judge is saying justification of knowledge of writing a judgment is important. And we are discussing an injunction which is running for 5 years. Nobody must touch that piece of land. Contempt of court. So you see, you are creating even cases because there will be contempt of court when this one tries to go and use the land. But the reason is because you've not written a judgment which is pending. Again, that one is a serious matter that we should consider. When we were in the commercial court, we reached a stage when we recognized that people were getting injunctions just because they wanted an injunction and not for the case to proceed. So we said, okay, we are giving you 90 days. If by 90 days you have not moved this case, then there will be trouble. So the 90 days would expire. He would come back for another extension. We said no. The amount of applications for injunctions reduced, which meant we also had less to write. Now, our course outline is going to have an introduction to judgment writing, definitions, because that is really why, what is a judgment, structure and contents, fact-finding, evaluation of evidence, identification of issues, application of the law to the facts, then writing itself, your style, language, and impact. As I have already said, we can look at a few at a few definitions And this one is saying it is the official and authentic decision of a court of justice upon the respective rights and claims. So it must be around rights and claims. You don't write and go the other end. You write and remain within these rights and claims of the parties to an action or suit therein litigated and submitted for its determination. Osborne, I think, also says something. This is Osborne. Osborne says that decision or sentence of a court in a legal proceeding, also the reasoning of a judge which leads him to his decision, which may be reported and cited as an authority, if the matter is of importance, can be treated as a precedent. Now, this is where our biggest problem is. As a grade 1, you can write. You can write as if you are imitating Shakespeare and so on. You can write as a grade 1. Nobody is going to cite what? But as a judge, when you are writing now, this, you must know there is somebody who is going to use it. In fact, a person will use it even when he knows it is wrong, but at that time it is favoring what he wants. He will use it. That is why he said that when a judge writes something, with due respect, contrary to the law, explicit provisions of the law, it causes confusion among his people who are using. The law is saying shall not. You say no. I am a high court judge, therefore I have discretion. You see, that type of thing. So this is what they are saying. It may be used as a precedent. When you go to the civil procedure rules as amended in the civil procedure rules were amended in 2019, amending those of 1998 when we first began scheduling, you will find that there are provisions which are actually mandatory. If you don't do this, this thing will die. They are there. We are waiting to be educated by judicial officers who are saying, but this is discretionary. But they are clear. They speak in very simple ABC English. So when you are writing, you know that somebody is going to use that decision of yours, and therefore put in as much as you can. Chaudhry writes a lot. Chaudhry writes a lot, and he says the judicial act of a court, he's trying to show you what a judgment is. The judicial act of a court by which it accomplishes the purpose of its creation. You see that sentence? Your purpose was to do what? Give decisions. So you must accomplish the reasons for your creation. It is a judicial declaration by which the issues are settled and the rights and liabilities of parties are fixed as to the matters submitted for decision. You must only deal with the matters that have been submitted for decision. The matters that are submitted for decision, those are the things you must. You don't put in your own evidence. You put in your own evidence. And then you say, having considered the foregoing, but do not give that evidence. It is in your mind. It is in your mind. And the worst thing is for you to write a judgment when you are thinking in vernacular. Judgments are written in English. So don't begin the but you are right. In a case we had in Buganda Road, nobody had given evidence of the size of the stomach of the accused person. Nobody had given. But it was rumored that he had gone with a woman and behaved badly in his car. But there was no evidence of the size of his stomach. But the court wrote. The court began imagining the head of the woman going underneath the steering. There was no evidence that the head went there. The judicial officer was thinking of something, maybe something that had happened with her knowledge. And she brought it here. This is what must have happened. And then she wrote a judgment saying, because of his big stomach, it must have been touching the steering wheel. Therefore, the woman's head could not have passed there. But there was no evidence on record about that. But this Chaudhry is saying it is a judicial issues are settled, the rights and liabilities are fixed. As to the matter submitted for decision, matter submitted. So don't put in your own. In other words, a judgment is the end of the. It constitutes the considered opinion of the court and is a solemn record and formal expression and evidence of actual decision of the lawsuit. We want to look at this definition as they are, because in almost every definition we find that it attracts you to the things that you must look at. So judgment is the mental ability to understand something, form an opinion, and reach a decision. Beautifully put. It is not just an instinct. You see? It is a reasoned pronouncement by a judicial officer. And this is Justice Odoki. Justice Odoki, in his book, The Criminal Procedure in Uganda, gives that definition. He says it is the reasoned pronouncement by a judicial officer on a disputed legal or factual question which has been presented before him, her, by the parties. Many times when you are hearing, especially in civil, you see in the middle there a party beginning to bring in something which does not exist in the pleadings. It is not there in the pleadings, but he brings it somewhere in the middle. If you're not careful, you begin giving a decision on those things which we are not the cause of that assembly of the hearing. So this person here, a very celebrated justice, is saying which have been presented before him. So the pleadings, stick to the pleadings, it will help your judgment. Now what should a judgment do? It should communicate a decision of a court. It should communicate a decision of a court. That is the most important thing. So it must be a judgment that is understandable, one you understand. When you just read at home, you say no. As a judicial officer, when they say, but you man, why did you decide like that? You say, read my judgment. You don't have to go around laboring to explain. Read my judgment. Why did he read the judgment? When a certain judge wrote a judgment against the Bank of Uganda, the Makerere was on his neck, everybody in the newspaper, why did this judge do this? They would come and say, read my judgment. Go and read. It saves you from explaining. First of all, in explaining, you might say even a different thing, because as time goes on, you have changed your mind about what you get. So you read the judgment. It must be reasoned. It must be a reasoned judgment. Resolving the issues and questions in controversy. It must resolve the issues in controversy, it must be final in that court. The decision must be final on that dispute before the court. So that when it is brought back again, you say the matter is res judicata. If it is brought back again, you say I'm functus official. Then you say, I delivered my judgment. That was the final judgment. That must go. If you are not happy, go to the next court. Not happy, proceed still further to the other one. But in as far as my court is concerned, we have finished. Yes, we finished. So then we are looking at the purpose of a judgment, which we have been talking. As we were talking, we mentioned a lot about the purpose of a judgment. And the purpose of a judgment. Clarification of thoughts. Isn't that what His Lordship said? Clarity. Avoid one-day pompous, unclear, and dull sentences. Be concise, clear, interesting, and accessible. You must, by the way, a judgment must be interesting. There's nothing as bad as reading a boring judgment. It must be interesting, but interesting within the evidence that has been delivered. And it should be accessed. It should be something that a person can access. Organize your thoughts, process by reading the record and understanding the case before you. You do it, and it must be the case of both. Again, Chaudhry. Chaudhry has written a lot about judgments. He says a judgment must be self-contained. Everything must be there. The judgment must be self-contained. Everything must be there. These days, almost everybody drawing building plans ensures that they have a toilet where and a bathroom inside. It's self-contained. You don't have to go through the corridor with your towel on to go and bathe with the children. Your bedroom must be self-contained. You know, under those circumstances, towels have a tendency of falling down. And with the children in the corridor, it becomes a bit tricky. And for the ladies, of course, on the side, there must be a corner for their 1,000 bottles of for amendment, for repair. And as you work towards being a judge, the need for repair increases because the age is going. So Chaudhry is saying a judgment must be self-contained and it must show that the court has made an independent application. It must show that you made an independent application. You might read a judgment where you see that there was a foreign hand. When you read it, you see a foreign hand in the thing. But that of its mind to the facts of the case and the evidence. We were training judges and justices of South Sudan. And I asked them, I asked one of them, sit now, for you, are you okay? Do the generals disturb you? He said, yes. First of all, they file suits against government, which have no foundation at all. If you go through the suit, there was no cause of action, but he has filed. Then he comes with his bodyguards. He doesn't even go through the main door to the judge's chamber. He comes at the window. Say, Judge, you are delaying me. How far have you gone? Openly. You have delayed me. How far have you gone? They say, I'm finishing, I'm writing. He says, you tell him I'm about to finish. But don't give me little, you give me enough. Already, he knows he's the winning person against government. And in such a situation, the government pays out throughout. If you go and sleep at any of those hotels in Juba, you will see the type of machines that they park there. Leave this Primo, CV, BBA. No, there's no Primo there. No. Primo. There. The area which we are talking of here, area there is for the market. It's not for posing around. It must reveal a consideration. It must reveal a consideration of such evidence and the conclusions to which such evidence would persuade that this conclusion has been reached through persuasion of this evidence. Again, the object of a judgment is to communicate. It should have the qualities which make for effective communication, among which I would list clarity, simplicity, and brevity. That is log Bingham, CJ 2007. A judgment must be clear, precise, and say everything that needs to be said as to why a decision was reached, and no more. You must say, don't add your own things. And those things you add which have nothing to do with that case, you can't even call them obiter, because they have nothing, totally nothing. That is Rosalind Atkinson says, don't add your own other things. So these are, when you have time, or if you want now, you go to sections 133 of the MCA. I hope it hasn't changed. You go to Order 21, Rule 1 of the CPR, and you will find the purposes of a judgment are all listed there. To determine the guilt, that number one is to determine the guilt or innocence of an accused person. To determine the guilt or innocence of an accused person. To settle matters in controversy. This is just a list of what a judgment should do. To communicate reasons to the parties for the decision. To provide accountability by judicial officers. You know, that is the whole thing. Judgments provide accountability. Why are you earning? Why are you earning? Why are you earning? Because the returns show zero. They show zero. Says, no, it is not me who wrote this, it is my clerk. Say, fine. But the signature is yours. Oh, I signed without reading. Judicial officer? You can't sign without reading. So, accountability and to serve as precedent. We've just discussed precedent here. How much whoever is writing must be careful because it will be used. And if you have children who are lawyers like my brother there, the son will be looking at your decision and say, what you say here is... For me, I can't risk because I have 2 lawyers in my house. So when I write, and they are intelligent people, if they were hopeless, I would say, they will not understand, but they are intelligent people. So when you are writing, think about precedents and to develop jurisprudence. Now that is very important. To develop jurisprudence. There was an error, and I will say this, there was an error when one of our courts was bent to overturn all decisions which were of a certain nature. That's all. The election precedents, the jurisprudence on election was overturned by one person. It was upside down, upheaval, totally. So that even if I went distributing sweets during elections, sugar during, and there is evidence, and there is sworn evidence, and the other party has refused to even cross-examine, that would not suffice. Why? Because it does not affect the votes, I'm told. So you have those judgments now, they are there, and we follow them in the lower courts. So jurisprudence and precedence is important. Think about it. If you don't write, if you know what you are going to write is going to be a problem, just don't write. And you hand in your file, and you ring PJ and say, this one, it's too complicated for me, I can't write this judgment. PJ will find somebody else. But don't write a thing and put on your signature. And you say, this one is black, and you sign. Don't do that. Don't do that. So, to promote checks and balances under the rule of law, especially when you are dealing with the social justice. You're talking about rule of law. So when you are writing that one, you must show. A magistrate in a chief, he was a senior grade 1. He was my boss because I was working under him. He handled a case of assault and wrote this judgment. And this is the whole of it. I've listened to both parties, the prosecution and the accused person. And I find that the accused person did not assault the complainant. But if he did, he deserved it. He signed. He signed. My lord, you remember Magal. He was called Magal. He signed. And that judgment remained there. There was no appeal. There was no what. And this man was acquitted. He went home. Meaning there was even doubt. He said, maybe he even beat him. But still it is okay. He deserved it. Yes. So we are going to look at, if you are writing a judgment, then the what you should have no doubt. By the way, you can be wrong 100%, but in your mind you should not have any doubt that this is the correct position. You would rather write a bad judgment which you believe in than create your own. Now, there are judgments on appeal, and those are, the purpose there is to guide lower courts, legal practitioners, students of law on how to correctly apply the law. Judgments are issued for transparency. For transparency, the public needs to know what was decided and why it was so decided. And by the way, this is not only for the parties. It's for everybody. That's why the courts are open. The records of court are open. It is for everybody who might a chance to read or research. It is very stressful. Rosalind is saying it is very stressful, but unfortunately, our job demands that we do that work. So she says, to any of us sitting on judgment of others, judgment writing often feels like the burn of our existence. But it is, of course, the ultimate reason for our existence. Somebody asked me yesterday, he said, don't you miss being in the judiciary? I told him it was her. I told her, why? I did 40 years. That's enough. But am I not within the judiciary? You look around. Is there another person? This is judiciary. Am I not there? I am still with the judiciary. But what I don't have is the burn, the stress of writing a judgment. I don't have it. Once in a while I do an arbitration and I'm forced to write, but otherwise, so make it easy by understanding that Raymond is a professor, purpose to record, to analyze, persuade, and decide. This is straightforward. It is for you to record, to analyze, to persuade, and decide. That's what the judgment is going to do. To do those 3-4 things. And ending is saying what I have just said. He says, I want your opinion and not your doubts. You have read a judgment where the author somewhere says, maybe it happened, but I don't think so. Now that type of judgment is not so good. Maybe it happened, but I don't think so. For those reasons, I find in favor of this. I may be wrong and sometimes am, but never in doubt. So you can be wrong, but you should not doubt your nanny until somebody on appeal or somewhere shows you that, but this one, what did you mean? Litigants want not rhetoric. They don't want rhetoric. They want the real thing so that they can continue with their lives. That is the world. So maybe we do the structure before we go out. What is the time, by the way? What's the time there? We do the structure. The structure isn't very long. We do the structure and then yes. So the structure of your judgment. A judgment structure will vary based on the judge, court, tribunal preferences. You remember I cited 2 examples of how one writes a judgment, how I write mine when I'm in the good mood. But all judgments contain the following information. You may write in your own style, but these things must be there in that judgment. The caption, introduction, findings of fact, statement of issues, legal analysis, and conclusion. They must be there in whatever manner you write. Judges may use headings and subheadings. You see, there are at times you write your judgment and you say introduction, parties, issues. So those are headings and subheadings. You may have those there. Headings help the writer to cover all necessary points. Because when you are looking at the heading, it says parties, you are now talking of so and so, so and so. Maybe you are even saying represented by so and so, so and so. Some advocates would cry foul whenever I would not say he's the one who appeared. The judgment would be very good, but it is not stating him. The one who came and said, but my lord, why don't you mention me in the judgment? So you mention him, said it was counsel so and so represented the plaintiff and so represented. But if you have 60 judgments to write in a few days, you may not have that liberty. So what is done in the caption? The caption contains the court's tribunal name, that heading you see up there, the number and the title of the case being decided, the parties' names, the name of judge or quorum. That's when you see down here, Judge Amos Kwizera. You sit down here. Alan, so you sit down here. So that one is what they say. When you go to a court with several judges, like the appellate court, then you have a quorum and a date. Introduction, that is the opening paragraph, which is designed to explain the basis of the case. It introduces the parties, summarizes the determinative facts and essential procedure, and briefly states the issues. Later on, your judgment will have findings of fact. Mention the relevant facts and leave details for analysis. That's why I said this cut and paste of evidence, PW1, PW3, might not be very good. Only the facts and history that affect the analysis and the decision of the case need to be discussed. Only those. Don't bring in things which are not part of the... Facts can be discussed in 3 parts of the judgment. In the introduction, as part of the narrative to establish time and place, and in deciding issues of fact or law, including credibility. Facts must be discussed accurately, precisely, and impartially. The law belongs to court, but the facts actually belong to the litigants, because they're the one who tell you. Litigants rarely agree on facts, and that's why you have issues, or their meaning and raise of all sorts of issues, which oftentimes makes the standing of facts by court to be complicated. Judges hear conflicting testimony and must determine which testimony and witness is credible and why. Then there are statements of issues. After stating the facts of the case, identify issues to be resolved against the burden and standard of proof. Now, standard of proof is important. When I was chief registrar and also head of training, we used to interview. We used to interview graduates who wanted to enter the judiciary. And they had begun coming out with very colorful degrees. First class. In our time, there was no first class. It's first class, upper second, you see several. So you say, okay, grade ones, their biggest amount of work was what? Was criminal. Because in civil, before the amendment, the enhancement of jurisdiction, they did not have. They could not handle a case of a bicycle in civil, because the price of the bicycle was higher than their jurisdiction. So we would interview them and you ask what actually the whole meaning of criminal procedure. What is standard of proof? What is burden of proof? And they would interchange them. First class would do what? It's a burden of proof. Standard of proof. So free, so issue. So, is this your document? Say, yes, sir. Yes, my lord. Yes, your worship. Yes, this is my document. But thing doesn't look like the basics. Of course, some of them these days don't even do the work. The work is done for them. The work is done for them. A person at the law center came to me saying, I'm doing a research on case management. Do you help me with your paper I read? He went and just removed my names and put his. The paper was beyond what the lecturer would himself have researched. The paper. So he was number 1 in that paper. But of all the subjects in the course, he failed all the rest. All. So if he had done a similar thing with all the other papers, he would have come out with first class. Okay, you have managed to come, but now you sit and read so that you know what is expected of you. So we've done statement of issues, identifying issues to be resolved against the burden and standard of proof. And then we will come to the application of the law. After identifying the issues, you analyze them by applying law to fact. Because the court's objective is to declare what the law is, the judgment must state clearly the law on which the decision depends. What was the reason for your decision? What was the decision? Why? Why did you decide the way? A written judgment should not address every issue the litigant raises, but only those necessary to decide the case. Then you must have a conclusion, and you say this is the court's final decision. No need to repeat facts or issues in the conclusion. But you find people still, again, writing another 3 pages of the conclusion. It should be brief to the point. So when we come back, we should be able to do the contents of the no, just a minute, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Let us do the contents. In most cases, the contents of a written judgment are provided in the substantive and procedural laws governing the courts. Though each judicial officer has his or her own special way of composing a judgment, these general rules ensure consistency and promote uniformity in the structure of judgments produced. That is something we mentioned yesterday. These days you find Judge Hauha writes same facts, same everything. Writes a different thing. Justice Allen writes a different thing. Justice Kafosi writes a different thing. My brother from Kabale is also writing. They are the same thing. Then you say, but as judges of the same judiciary, there should be some consistency. In the management of cases, you reduce the amount of cases being filed if people know the likely outcome of the case. First of all, it stops them from shopping around. Put me before Judge Nani. It's Alan I want. It's Alan. Then your registrar who is doing the allocation is seen, is greeted by the party to ensure that that file goes to Alan. To ensure. Or to Mr. Hauha, to Andrew. The file, just put it, because they know your mind. In respect, they have read a few others. Yet it should go anywhere, and we expect what? That one reduces appeals, because he knows these were the facts. The decision had to be this. It even reduces filings. People just don't file because they know the judges of the High Court of Uganda. This is how they look at this matter. And that's why we have the same procedures, same criminal procedures, same civil procedure act, same procedure rules, because we want consistency. So judges in their training should look up each other. Say, what do you think about this? Consulting is good. It is allowed. In fact, it is healthy. You ring your colleague and say, how do you think about this? Me, I was thinking this. You don't tell him the parties. You don't have to tell him that. You just give him the facts. Though each judicial officer has his or her own special way of composing a judgment, The rules ensure consistency and promote uniformity in the structure of judgments. For me, the best thing of consistency is to cut number of cases entering and therefore reducing on backlog. Because backlog, as it stands, is terrible. You have the criminal cases, you have the civil, and because the criminal are so many, you need more time to do them. Otherwise, you create prison congestion. You're creating prison congestion. By the way, even delayed judgment creates prison congestion. And prison congestion has its own problems. Scabies, too much, very many people, diseases, all sorts of things. In Mbarara here, there was a time when in prison, they could not fit. They couldn't fit. But they could fit if they all lay on one side, facing the back of each other. They could fit. So around 3 a.m., the katikiro then says, Nyinyi yote sasa geuka. You now turn. You are not supposed to turn until the order comes out. Here in Mbarara, we came here in those days, we were dealing with the prison. Turn, then you all turn. But it's because of backlog. It's because people are there and their cases haven't been heard. And though there were times when you would find out of 100 cases, 40 would be acquitted. So you would cut on that and so on. So you will look up section 136 of the MCA and again order 21 of the CPR, which will provide what constitutes a judgment. A judgment, what is a judgment? You see, if I have not delivered a judgment, you cannot say that I'm the one winning. Justice Karokora, my good senior brother, was chief magistrate in Mbarara. So he went and wrote a judgment concerning 2 Indians. On Friday, he went home. The clerk sneaked in and read the judgment. Very senior clerk. He read the judgment. He carried the file to the Indian, one of the Indians, and said, you see, who is winning? It is me only. This. So the Indian immediately showed cause, thinking, am I doing the right thing? So I think Justice Karokora slept badly, thinking. He went back on Saturday. He read to authorities, said, was going the wrong way. So he rewrote the judgment in reverse now. He said, this is the other one who should get. So the clerk came on Monday morning and carried the files to court. So and so versus who, so and so versus who. The Indians were there. The one who, of course, had said Harrow was smiling like the cat that had eaten the canary. Very happy with himself. So when Senior read the judgment, he threw out the old one. He read in favor of the other party. And the Indian then jumped up. That is not a judgment. I'm looking it already. You see? This judgment I'm looking already, how it is changing. So he they appealed. Of course, he ran to Kampala here, and then that is when it was heard and decided what constitutes a judgment. And I think the finding was that, first of all, it must be written. Secondly, it must be signed. They are delivered. Thirdly, it must be signed. And fourthly, it must be dated. It is only after that that it becomes what? So that is what you should remember. We were looking at certain documents here yesterday. They had no signatures, they had no dates, they had no what. You see? So I think with those very few words, we should be in a position to go for our break. And these are the things I've just been saying. It must be written. It must be in English. Don't write it in your other language. We agree on that one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my lord. We didn't expect less. Let's have administrative announcements and then take a break. Our break shall be 20 minutes. And kindly let's keep time. Yes. Anything for people online? I thought we could do that now. Nothing about people online? Okay, okay. So 20 minutes and then we are back.
name is there, and then there's a signature. Signature by the accused person. They are filled in. Information of the accused, there is a name and signature, which appear. The name, the biographical information are all stated. Then date of grant of bail, near amount applicable. Then there is a summary of the cases to avoid facts between the prosecution and the stated there and written filled in there. The victim's mother, Kamsime Maureen Amoti, the name is
Recording in progress.
Let's go.
He knows. Court of Appeal, Supreme Court, they have time to think and rethink each issue. In the lower courts, small cases are dealt with, and judgments must be delivered at a faster rate. We are here to fight case backlog using judgment writing skills. The more judgments you write, the less backlog accumulation you would have. So we are not here to study judgment for the sake of it. Fighting backlog is one of them. We've been accused of delaying justice, but justice should never be compromised. Don't write shoddy judgments and attribute that to, shortage of time. No. Once you start on a judgment, we expect the best. Because you will be quoted. You are not writing for the parties. You are writing for the journalists. You are writing for the academicians. You are writing. Take your time. Take time to write a judgment. We may not have time to know how you go about it, whether you start with a draft and how to go, but over hasty decision making may lead to wrong decisions. And some small things. You may call them small. The pen you use matters for those who don't go to the laptop straight away. For me, I used to get a wonderful pen, roller tip or something like that. Once I have it, magic. Because on paper I write something, but big. I never use big when I'm writing a judgment. No. And it was not the government buying those pens. At least that's my contribution. Use something that will give you the best results. So with Justice Wangutusi, he may not go into the details as to how you can have a draft and from draft to the judgment. That might be for another day. But decide how you will be starting henceforth, how you will be starting on a judgment and finishing it that very day. If you suspect you may get visitors in the course of the day, don't start on a judgment. Don't. Because you will bore that visitor. You will be thinking about the judge, the burden of proof in a criminal. Burden of proof, you are. Those are the small things which add up to big things. as Justice Wangutusi has said, have an introduction, state the nature of the matter, who the parties are in broad terms, and what the dispute is about. A carefully structured introduction shows the judge that the judge really understands the case and what it is all about. It facilitates the reading and understanding of your judgment. As a judge, it assists you to identify issues for determination. We are saying once you start on a judgment, finish it. We've started on the presentation on judgment writing. Let's finish it for coherence. Justice Wangutusi.
Thank you very much. Welcome from tea break. And this is what I found the Honorable Justice Emeritus doing. What is this? Tony, come and look at your machine. Tony? Yeah, got it. His Lordship has been talking about the care that the judge must give to the record so as to come out with a clear, easy, and flowing. The judgment must flow. That's why he says when he begins, he must finish. My late friend, Justice Arach, when she had just joined, she told me that, you know, these things you can't remember everything. So if at 3 a.m. I think of something, I jump out of bed and add it there. So, because you will forget the following day. So, judgment must flow. You must have a clear understanding of the case before you embark on summarizing the facts. You must have a clear understanding. This should be done in a sober and objective manner so as not to bias what follows. It should be done in a sober and objective manner. I've seen a friend of mine who first, after supper, he writes in the evening. After supper, he bathes, he puts a beer here. Then he begins working on his judgment. I said, how do you manage? He said, I work better that way, when the beer is here. But they are saying you must be sober. Be as detached as a surgeon. If you're writing a judgment and you are part of it, you are in trouble. If you are part of the proceedings, you are in trouble. If you are writing a judgment while looking this way to see who is around, if you begin writing your judgment with the question of how will they feel, then you're in trouble. How will they feel? You are dealing with the evidence, not emotions. These days I see one fellow told me that if supposing your superior rings you and said, decide like this, what do you do? You must find a way of helping him. I said, no. You can't do that. If your superior rings you, if PJ rings you and says, we have this matter, but you know this is a serious issue, You write, see how you can help. Then you are in trouble. One of the judges who was dismissed, the judge walked straight to the chambers of Justice Wambuzi and said, he came to me and said, do it this way. The judge also must have been a bit malicious. You should have just kept quiet and refused. But he went to CJ, said he has told me to do it this way. And that judge lost his job. He was a judge from so I'll not mention his name. He lost his job just on that, trying to be helpful to his friend. He lost his job as a judge. So, you must be detached as a surgeon. A surgeon, when he's cutting open a lady who has gone for cesarean section, he must be detached. Otherwise, he can't cut open. To cut open, you must be detached. But if you begin feeling pain on her behalf, then you are in trouble. A reader should not be able to tell from the summary what your decision is. We've seen judgments where you just read one paragraph and say, you open the last page because you already know what the decision is. I was doing an appeal in the anti-corruption court, and I could see that the magistrate had convicted these people before their defense. She had convicted them because in the ruling of no case to answer, while putting them on their defense, she said, I've gone through all the evidence and I really find that you did it. What is remaining for you to do is to show us how you did it. And those proceedings are there. So now, really, why do you put me on my defense anymore? You've convicted. You've convicted. But I discovered she was working under pressure. I understood her problem. Consequently, use natural and neutral language to introduce the story for both sides. Use natural and neutral language. People go to if you read some judgments, you find a fellow writing like Shakespeare. Writing by Shakespeare. And Chinua Achebe, find a person says, who are they that complain unto the king that I forsooth and love him not, in a judgment. Then there are those who want to use medical language. There are those who want Latin very much. But they are writing for who? For a fellow from Rentobo. This is writing very complicated language on the cause of death. The cause of death was asphyxia and respiratory paralysis consequent upon strangulation. And you can't know what the fellow is talking about. So they are saying, use a language that is understandable, neutral language, but asphyxia and respiratory paralysis might not be understood by the people who read it. Interest the reader's desire to continue reading. Avoid dull, boring statements that put off the recipients of your judgment. Capture their attention. Capture their attention. This time it has refused. I've done. This one should have. No signal. Okay. It will come. Oh, press it again. the power button here to complete the circle. Yeah. You must interest the reader's desire to continue reading. Avoid dull, boring statements that put off the recipients of your judgments. So you must capture their attention when you are reading the judgment. I told you if you in reading a judgment, you know the mood. There are people who write in a stylish manner. Very romantic. You enjoy reading. Then there are people who are very annoyed. Having been a registrar for long, I could tell, even without looking at the quorum, I could tell which judgment belonged to Justice Ntabwoba, which judgment, without looking at the names, which judgment belongs to Justice Tekuko, which one is from Mrenga, which one is from CJ. I could tell. And there are those which capture you, and you read a judgment of 64 pages, but there are those that are so boring that you don't want to go beyond the 5th page. You see? You must state relevant facts without detail. Relevant facts without detail. And the word relevant is important here. Relevant facts without detail. If you are going to use the dress somebody had put on for in your identification process in the case, then you may say she was putting on a floral dress colored pink and white, because it's going to be important. Pink and white. My people from Bugisu can't say pink, they say bingish. He was putting on a bingish dress. So you put that, because it is then relevant. If you are not going to use it, you don't have to waste a whole line writing on the type of dress the person was putting on. Are we okay? You wait to the start. No, it's okay. We can do it that way. So you state relevant facts without detail. You state only facts and history that affects the analysis and decision. This is what we have just been saying. Only those. So you shift the grain from the chaff. You shift the grain from the chaff. Accurate, precise, and impartial. That's what we said. There are some people, he writes, or by reading one page, you know the judgment. Consult the record to avoid the errors. Consult the record to avoid errors. And facts be written in a chronological order. You write your facts in chronological order. We used to do here criminal cases, and the state attorney comes and says, we can't begin the case. I have 3 witnesses, but we can't begin the case. Why? Because I want these at the end I said, why? He said, because otherwise the prosecution will not flow. I said, but if the arresting officer is here, let us hear. We shall use his evidence. And the man would find it very difficult because the chronology of his work would be affected. But if complicated, then you use that thematic approach. Point out discrepancies, if any, and make findings of fact. Consider the credibility of witness. You must have looked at their body language. By the way, when you are going to use this body language thing, during the hearing, note down. Note down. That's the only way you can later on say, well, hearing, he was shifty, evasive, and that type of thing. But when you look at the body of the proceedings and you did not record that, where are you getting it from in the judgment? So remember, many people don't write down. Sophistication and coherence. Again, I've given you Order 18 and sections 141 of the MCA. So we can look at evaluation of evidence. That is for the second session now. Let us consider that we have come back tomorrow. We go on with evaluation of evidence. It will involve identification of issues, questions, ingredients, application of the law to the facts, the decision. That's session 2. So determining the issues is essential for the efficiency in the writing process and economy in the results. Many years ago, I would begin without issues. Then you reach in the middle, you are going nowhere. You are writing, you are on page 15, but you have done nothing. You haven't begun. So you must determine the issues. It is essential for efficiency in the writing process and the economy in the results. And that's what I've just said. I would be at page 15, but nothing. You don't see anything. You cannot distinguish relevant facts and arguments from pointless digressions until you have determined precisely what questions the court is being asked to settle. The issues, when you look at them, you can then see what relevant evidence you need, what relevant facts are involved, what exhibits to look at. If you are determining the issue of whether the land had been surveyed, you know. And now I must look at the evidence of the surveyor, at the exhibit of the title, at a report of the cartographer, you know. But just because it is an issue. So it is important to do that, because you will write less and write accurately. Unless each issue is clearly separated from the others, your argument will seem like a vast swamp, shapeless, devoid of direction. If you don't distinguish issues from each other, then you'll write like I said I used to write. Of course, related issues may be dealt together for efficiency and economy. If the issues are related, you deal with them. If, for example, issues can be solved by using the evidence of one person, then you do that. By the presence of one exhibit, then you do that. If they are related. But if they are not related, you don't have to force them to be related. These days, to find out whether there is a relationship, people go for DNA. You don't do that in a judgment. You will not have a chance. So now you see identification of issues, questions, and ingredients. Issues. proposition of law or fact made by one party but opposed by the other. That's the easiest way of finding out an issue. I am saying the land belongs to me. You are saying the land doesn't belong to you, it belongs to me. So that conflict there becomes an issue. It becomes an issue. Then the issue, okay, I was given 50 meters of the land. No, you have never been given anything. That becomes also an issue. But they are related, so you can easily do what we have just been saying above. So you look at Order 15, Rule 1, Order 12, CPR. Each issue must be stated distinctly. Issues are of fact or law. One, I came at around 3 o'clock. Now those are facts. I kept my time because the law says this. Then that one would be within the law. Now we have issues of law which may dispose of the case, and those should be tried first. Issues of law that may dispose of the case should be tried first. What are those issues? One, the matter is res judicata. So we cannot do what? Hear it again. You dispose of that one. You don't wait up to the end, then you write a judgment saying, hey, but the matter was res judicata. You first dispose of that. There is no cause of action. So if there is no cause of action, what are we here? What are we here? Amos was in London at that time, and you were saying he's the one who came and trampled on these things here. He only produces his passport to show, but he wasn't in the country. You have no cause of action against him. So why do you want to call 13 witnesses to do that? Limitation of time. There is limitation. This matter occurred 15 years ago. You did nothing. So the law says you cannot raise that matter. So this one is saying issues of law may dispose of the case and may be tried first through, of course, preliminary objections. We do conferencing. 1998 we came up with conferencing. 2019 we improved on that. Conferencing. During conferencing, and you must use conferencing a lot, because that's where you have issues coming up. At the time of scheduling conference, when files have now moved away from summons for directions, they have moved, and now they are before you, and you are conferencing, wherein you may even say, but this file should go for mediation. It looks like it can be settled. That they are there, when all the documents are on record, having been gathered during the summons for directions, you are looking at the exhibits this one is going to use, you are looking at what the other one will use, and vice versa. And now it is clear that actually the man was already wedded in it 3 years or 4 years before he purportedly was now wedding this one, who of course doesn't become a wife because she's clearly trespassing. Clearly doing what? Those issues are now easy. Once you get those issues easily raised through summons, through conferencing, through scheduling, then the parties begin breaking up. The one who was thinking he had a case notices he has no case. And that's when you may suggest, why don't you go and mediate, have a mediator, or talk to each other, and you come back. You see? Or you come back. So conferencing was a very nice thing we put in place. And that provision is so interesting. It has bars to further applications. You know, people would file applications up to the last day. But there are provisions now in those rules which clearly say that after the scheduling, after this period or after this period, you cannot bring in an application without leave of court. So it has helped. Remember, even after taking evidence, additional issues may be framed. You see that? Order 15, if you look at it, you will find that because some people were saying, we have already had evidence. Why should we frame other issues? That after hearing evidence, other issues could be framed as provided for under Order 15. Now, questions are similar to issues, but usually arise after evidence has been adduced. That's when questions come. They are framed, those questions are framed during judgment writing. There are sub-issues which should be stated fairly and impartially. Don't ask questions that you want alone. You are interested in leaving out others. When you are framing, don't frame for yourself as a judge. Frame for them. They are common in applications supported by affidavits. You see them coming up in affidavits. In criminal cases, they arise from evidence which the prosecution adduces, but which the defendant denies. You've brought evidence, you did not expect this fellow to deny, but he has denied. So it now becomes an issue. Whether a witness made statements that were not recorded or is giving different evidence, contradictions in evidence also raises questions for resolution. And that's the evidence had already been given. You see. Contradictions in evidence also raises questions for resolutions. Why is he beaten? You've come across trials within trials in criminal matters. I know 90% of judges and magistrates hate trials within trials. They hate them. I hated them, let me tell you the truth. Because you are moving with your case very well, it is flowing very, then no. Yet you thought, this one, by tomorrow I'll have heard all the witnesses. It is a hearing within a hearing. Now it lengthens litigation, it lengthens prosecution. But what it will do is that it now raises a question whether the confession was obtained lawfully, whether it was by duress, whether it was by fraud, whether it was by deceit. Those questions now immediately come in, which were not there at the start. Questions relate to facts, unlike issues that may involve law. Whether the witness could identify the assailant correctly or is honestly mistaken. In your criminal work, all the time you are looking at a single identifying witness. Should I rely on the evidence of a single identifying witness? It becomes an issue. What were the circumstances of identification? How much had he known the assailant? What was the light available at the time he says he saw him? What was then an obstruction between the observer and the observed that could have hampered his proper identification of the... So all those now become issues. But they were not there maybe before. But if you have written, like I said, I would write my judgment by saying it was dark and the door was banged and they came in with flashing lights, then that issue arises early. But it might arise from other witnesses later. Focus on the questions you have framed to enable parties follow and understand why you have reached that conclusion. Focus on the questions you have framed to enable parties follow and understand. Remember, they will have known the questions. You will have said, there is this question to answer, there is this question to answer, there is this question to answer. So look at them. Ingredients. You leave out ingredients, then you will write up to tomorrow. Essential elements that constitute a crime charged. Every crime except for those crimes of strict liability have elements for both the mens rea and actus rea. Oh, okay, I was there, but I did not do it. So mentally, I did it. I was there, but I'm not the one who smote him. You will find these, some of these come under alibi, when you are dealing with alibi. Because in those days, alibi, some people have turned and said, if you are claiming that you are not there, prove. An accused doesn't have to prove his alibi. He doesn't. Simply say, for me on that day, I was drinking marua in such and such a place. Now it's upon the prosecution to call evidence to prove and carry this accused person to the scene of crime. And not only place him there, but to show that while there, he committed the offense. That's when the actus rea will have been satisfied. Should the need arise to reserve a resolution on one element until you have resolved the next, then state so clearly that this one is there, but it will come up later in my judgment. So you say, I've reserved this, it will come up later in the judgment. And when you say so, it should. Once or twice I have said so and forgotten. And forgotten because then looking at everything in the evidence, it's enough. So you forget. But then that sentence now remains redundant in your judgment. So you remember to state clearly and correctly who bears the burden to prove the case. Who bears the burden to prove the case. And that burden actually goes on throughout. To prove the case, it goes on throughout. So you must show. Because you've shown the burden, then you must look from the evidence of that person whether there is enough evidence of beyond reasonable doubt in a criminal matter or a balance of probability in a civil matter. Now you apply the law to the facts. We are saying this is the crux of the judgment writing. Evaluation of evidence is done at this stage. Evaluate the evidence as a whole for both sides. This is where the ratio desdanda is stated and the case is decided finally. Ratio desdanda reasons for that decision should arise there. Judgment should refer to the principles applicable, case law and statutory law. Why are you deciding like this? Because in so and so, this was the decision. Or this is the law in statute this. You must state. You can't be an authority without looking at authorities. So for you to create an authority, you must rely on authorities of other people. Each issue or ingredient framed should be disposed of separately through two or more issues. Each issue or ingredient framed should be disposed of separately, though two or more issues in similar matters may overlap and may be dealt with together. The demeanor of witnesses is assessed, but this should be from notes already recorded. I think we've said that. Order 18. Clear reasons must be given for the decision and demonstrate that both sides have had their propositions considered. Do not consider one side in isolation of the other. We have judgments where the author has only considered the plaintiff's side without considering the defendant's side. And that is what King James is saying, telling the Chief Justice that I could have handled it easily if there was only one person. But the moment the other side also spoke, it means you take your files away from me. So this record is saying, don't handle only one side and give a decision. In fact, however correct you are, that judgment will get a problem wherever somebody comes up and proves to court that you did not take into account the evidence for the defense, or vice versa. And that is common. Apply only relevant cases and distinguish those you consider not applicable. Only relevant cases. Don't bring cases which are not going to help us. And don't cite 40 cases because you want to convince people. No. One case is enough. 2 cases, yes. But for you to, and then when you are citing, you reproduce the judgment of that case. The whole judgment in your judgment. It doesn't work that way. Avoid loading judgment with case law. And decide only those issues that dispose of the case. Analysis at this stage should be balanced and dispassionate. When we went to school, we were reading Wilmington. But I've seen people for 40 years citing Wilmington after all the cases we now have in Uganda. Wilmington, up to now. But we have case law, a lot of it now here. Huh? We have a lot of it here. So at this stage, the judgment should set forth the evidence on each issue sufficiently, and that is the best. You pick out the evidence to deal with that issue. You pick out the evidence to deal with that issue. You leave all the other evidence which is not helping you solve these issues to show its nature, what it proposes to establish, and its credibility. Reference should be made to arguments for both sides. You see that? References should be made to arguments for both sides. Apply the law objectively and draw a conclusion on each issue. I've seen people convict omnibus. There are 6 accused persons or 3 accused persons, and then you do the evidence and convict all the 3, and therefore convict all the 3. Yet you must direct evidence against each individual. If you do an omnibus, in your judgment you are in trouble. Each, beyond reasonable doubt. Each. Reference should be made to arguments for both sides, apply the law. For example, in murder and robbery cases that occur at night, the issue of proper identification always comes up. Analyze those factors that affect proper identification against the evidence for both. This is what we've been talking. What are the factors favorable to positive identification? And we are talking about light, we are talking about distance, we are talking about prior knowledge of the party, we are talking about obstruction of seeing. Those are the things. And we are talking about how long did he have to observe these people. You see? So this is what those notes there. Where there is an alibi, the prosecution evidence should be assessed against the defense denial. before a conclusion is made. And that's what we said, that that's what we said, that in an alibi, don't shift the burden. Don't shift the burden of proving alibi. I think in one of those cases I read, I forget the citation, this Kafiro waited up to the end. Up to the end, then he comes up during his defense. He knows all these are finished. He comes up with the issue of, I was not there. Nowhere at the police did he say he was not there. Nowhere during cross-examination has he said, but I was not there. You must have seen somebody else. Then he comes up and is giving his statement, and strategically, not on oath, so that he's not cross-examined. He said, I was not there. These people are mistaken. And the courts were very interesting. They said, but that should have been your first defense if you are not there. You cannot say you have just realized now that you were not there. So that's how you can handle such a thing. It came so late, those are their words, that the defense came so late in time that it could only have been brought to escape conviction. And they convicted the fellow. He had shot a professor in Wandegea and killed him, and either shot or knifed him. It is not enough to conclude that the evidence places the accused at the scene. As I said, if the evidence places him at the scene, it must proceed to show that while there, he did it. So consider it as a whole before you do nani. So when you are evaluation of evidence of identification, and this is important because almost in all cases we have this. The starting point is that a court ought to satisfy itself from the evidence whether the conditions under which the identification is claimed to have been made were not difficult. And you must warn yourself. By the way, as you are working, you are talking to yourself. Wangutusi, you be careful with this type of evidence. Because, yes, you must be talking, but in English, not in vernacular. Because when I first saw this thing, I said, now what is this? These judges are seated mumbling to themselves or what? But you warn yourself that there is a danger of wrong identification, especially when it's a single identifying witness. You will see that you need to warn yourself. The court should then proceed to evaluate the evidence cautiously so that it does not convict or uphold a conviction unless it is satisfied that the mistaken identity is ruled out. That one is common. There is no way you can do a session and finish without coming across that. In fact, almost half of the cases you are going to have that problem. In so doing, the court must consider the evidence as a whole, namely the evidence, if any, of factors favoring correct identification together with those rendering it difficult. It is right that no piece of evidence should be weighed except in relation to all the rest of the evidence. So we have put there some of those cases. You can look at Bogere versus Uganda. And of course, why are you evaluating? You are evaluating to establish sufficiency. You are evaluating to establish relevancy. You are evaluating to because you want to know whether it's reliable, for reliability and consistency. You have a witness who speaks for 10 minutes, but in those 10 minutes he has contradicted himself 10 times. So what do you do to that type of evidence? Do you simply throw it out? Or do you pick what you think is correct and leave out what you think is wrong? You read something about that. It's very interesting in criminal justice. It is here that inconsistencies, discrepancies, or contradictions, corroborated accounts, probability or improbability of certain accounts, or even the demeanor of witnesses are dealt with. In those days, this thing of corroboration is after the judgment of the Court of Appeal, I think, on why women should not be required to corroborate their evidence in sexual offenses. I think that is what it did. It's because they are just like all other people. And sexual offenses are like all any other case. And the research in the US found out that lies in sexual offenses was not more than lies in any other offense. So you cannot simply say, in this one we must have corroboration, we must have corroboration. We still have people who write judgments who say this being a sexual offense, it must be, high evidence must be corroborated. I am told the Muslims now require 2 witnesses or 3. One is not enough when it comes to evidence given against the woman. The woman requires to have 2 witnesses, where a man requires only 1. Why? Because women, I am told biblically, were considered to be liars. Liars, we see in the book of Joseph, when this woman wants the small handsome boy, and the boy says no. When he's running away, she grabs his clothes. When Mzee comes back, says, you see your boy, he wanted to rape me. When she is the one who had wanted. So they said, I think when it comes to sexual offenses, these women tell lies. But that one now in Uganda is no longer there, because we are equal with the wives, we are equal with the women. Although when it comes to school fees, she's on your neck all the time. Want fees for children. Even where she earns more than you. So, and a sexual offense is zero distance. It is zero distance, isn't it? There's no way you can do it from far. But you wanted corroboration for that one. And you did not want corroboration for where a person steals your things when you are not there. So I think the Court of Appeal did the right thing, in my view, to come up with that decision. Of course, this is one of the most difficult part of the judgment. It is easy to misinterpret the evidence, lay undue emphasis on irrelevant matters, misdirect yourself in some way, or entirely fail to analyze or evaluate the evidence as a whole. Misdirections or failure to evaluate the evidence as a whole usually leads to erroneous findings of fact. You will look at Mukibi Ismail versus Uganda and see what he has to say. Sometimes a judicial officer may find the defense version so inherently improbable that she decides that it is a waste of time to discuss it. You discuss it and discard it. That is wrong. Ridiculous though the defense case may be, discuss it, analyze it, evaluate it, and then give your reasons why you are rejecting it. To do so, you may be accused of bias to begin with. But you may also miss out a very important point. Failure to adequately analyze, therefore, is not a nice thing. So to decide on each count or charge, that's what we have just said. Omnibus convictions, you again go to Mukibi, put a conclusion to the judgment. The prosecution has proved its case beyond reasonable doubt. I find you guilty of the offense of such and such, and convict you accordingly. Convict. We have found people who have said, I find you guilty, and I have stopped there. You have seen some judgments. It stops at, is therefore guilty, and does not proceed to convict. You can't sentence without conviction. Or the plaintiff has proved his her claim on the balance of probabilities, and then you give judgment in his favor, and you go on like that. Now, here you are considering questions and defenses below. There are things on admissibility of evidence. When it comes to hearsay, you look at that section. We deal with discrepancies, contradictions, credibility, and demeanor. We are just making a list of things you should look out, depending on what case you are handling. Then we are looking at identification by single witnesses, whether there are factors that are positive for proper identification. Circumstantial evidence, when you come, you look at Musoke, you will be able, in your judgment, to enrich your judgment when you are writing on circumstantial evidence. By the way, circumstantial evidence is very interesting. It can be very correct. You are the only one in the room. We did not see you take, but you are the only one. So, unless you explain yourself properly, and that is not shifting the burden. I've said this, but unless you explain yourself properly, then just plan to put on a certain color of uniform. Corroboration, accomplice, confession, child evidence. At the moment, there is a case where an accomplice is testifying. I think testified must have been a plea bargain of sorts against one of these cases. I don't know whether it is the Hatanga case or what, but a Kakezi case. It's now going on where we have an accomplice. An accomplice, you will remember, must not only incriminate the other party. He must paint using the same brush. He paints the other accused on himself. Yes, we were there. He cannot say he was. You were there with him. You did it together. So if he doesn't, then you again have to look for corroboration. That evidence that strengthens a chain of other evidences. Common intention, participation or omission, insanity, whether it's a complete defense, intoxication, whether it is a complete defense, mistake, complete defense. Intoxication is interesting, where you say, I was so drunk that I did not know that it was wrong, that I did not know I was doing it. Or if I was doing it, I didn't know it was wrong. You are drunk. But I've never considered that evidence, Gundi. A man is drunk and then he does all the things and remembers everything. So they use it. Mistake, complete defense, provocation, claim of right, duress, self-defense, and alibi. This mistake, when we were doing cases in Uguru, a soldier shot a man through the mouth. Shot him through here, it came out here. Somehow he survived, but he can't talk now. We were using signs and so on. And then when he came, he said, me, I thought it was an animal crossing. This is at 6:30 p.m. He's there. He said, but for me, I thought it was just an animal. So you look at that type of defense and see whether you want to believe it or not. So we go to session 3. I am sorry we have simulations, but I thought we finish the whole thing and do at once. Instead of going, we do half, we come back, we go back and we do the other half. I think that is okay. Good. So how are we writing the judgment? And how are we putting our pen to paper? And what is our style, language, and impact? Judgments have a purpose to communicate to the parties and other stakeholders the decision of the court on the dispute. English is, of course, the language. We have agreed on that one. And we know that judgment should outlive you. When you are dead, they are citing you. They are saying, oh, he was great. The celebrated judge, they are writing. It should outlive you. Right thing. You read the right. I agree, and I'm happy you gave me on the 4. I think I was happy. Read the 4 before writing and understand the case for both sides. First read the file and understand the case for both sides. Avoid using memory, which may be easy because of other similar cases you handled concurrently. When you're writing so many documents, you can easily forget. And put facts that you found in this case and so on. Whatever you find, you shall be looking at tomorrow, or the things like record. When you find a different accused person, you will find one of the different accused person. And there are perceptions and confusion as to who, even in your respect of the offenses, in the same field. I mean, in your field, you will find about 2-3 cases where you are the same time. But the confusion is in the field. But the case is mind. We go back to Justice Bedouini, write to fish. That's what he said. Write to, when you begin, don't begin to write down for 30 times. Like some of us were addicts of beef. You escape to go. And that is serious, but in South Africa, officers were running away from their officers to go. Officers that kept them, they know people. So they discovered the area. So what happened? When the World Cup was going on, the government was able to keep us off the golf course and tell them to do. This is important international game and so on. So that is how we cut off some of them. So, but if you wait for a right or a judgment, you are taking away from the time. This is the right relationship and sign. You must wait to finish, give few breaks, otherwise the judgment will be fragmented or disjointed. Words are the lawyer's tools of trade. at times when I'm with my family, they say, that if you are not going to participate, you are going to lose leaders with hands. Should say something there, let us decide, I just tell you. So what is the vehicle thought with the words comes out what you are thinking. This singer has said that that the words you speak, but the words what they mean a lot. If you are thinking, you say something about me, you are meaning it. You can't be joking. The story has to be individual, but should follow a logical structure. You should not start with a decision, then follow with the reasons. By the way, I have seen some decisions where people have begun with, I have looked at the whole evidence and so on and so on, and I find that the accused person is guilty for the following reasons. Because I read everything, I didn't read that I have concluded for the following reasons. That is the begins. And when I look at the judgment, it is correct. Where I reach this level is correct. The reason is that if you first begin with the conclusion, then you will justify the conclusion. And in justification, you are going to pour out the things that show whatever have come. I think that was the argument. But you read that judgment, everything is there. I don't recommend it though, but I've done it once or twice, but I don't recommend it. Summarize the case of either party. That's how we agreed. You summarize the case of either party, but don't reproduce verbatim with evidence of witnesses one by one. PW1 said this. PW2 said this. PW3 said this. No, don't do that. Summarize. The word summarize is different from cut and paste. Use the evidence to tell a coherent and connected story. Frame issues. Break findings of fact and apply the law. Give a brief prologue to introduce the story. Avoid repeating pleadings and the law. Set the scene simply and clearly. Avoid long, winding and boring sentences. Write in a style you are comfortable with. Use clear sentence structures and organization. Identify characters before telling what they did. We have people who have switched evidence of PW1 and put it on PW3. PW3 on PW5. He switched. I think not intentionally, but because he did not mark this his proceedings properly. So he is talking of the arresting officer as the one who was present when the injury took place. Then he forgets and uses the evidence of the other man. Use clear sentence structures. Use clear characters. Identify characters before telling what they did. Use spot citations like exact pages. If you evaluate decision, you are likely to cite pages. Therefore, our citations also, if you are saying Uganda versus so and so, 19 what, East Africa, which page? You don't see. Because we want to find out whether we are not going this. There are people now who cite non-existent cases. And when you read later on, you say this man is a research judgment. But he cited that case created by himself to suit the purpose. Yes, be formal, clear, simple, and free of jargon. Use plain English. Let it be used sparingly where necessary and inevitable. You see the Latin were using. Now, there are examples here of people who have talked about using Latin and complicated language. Lord Denning was an advocate of plain English. In his book, The Closing Chapter, at page 64, he says, at one time judges used to deliver a long judgment covering many pages without a break. I think the first to introduce a new system. I divided each judgment into separate parts. First, the facts. Second, the law. I divided each of those parts into separate headings. I gave each heading a separate title. By doing so, the reader was able to go at once to the heading in which he was interested, and then to the passage material to him. That's why we build our headings. You remember when be concise. Avoid repetitions and overlaps, except if it adds color to style. If it adds color to style, be gender sensitive and avoid prejudices. Men are beasts. You are not a judgment. Men are crooks. I told you about this dad who was going through some hell in the past with men. This one who a man just comes up one evening at home and says, just get out of my house. So Ruben, where do you want me to go? So I don't know you. When you came to my house, I have never seen you. Get out. So what have you done to me? He said, no, when my wife was coming, she had sharp breasts. But now if I look at you, I had a cousin who did that. But when I look at you, your breasts are dangling down like socks on the little side of them. He grew old, his wife has now grown very early, and she's there. But that one went. So God, when you write him, God said this one, you said the story, I did the same. You wanted to do that. But what you did was the first one was Christ. He was a believer. But you don't know, maybe motor accident, maybe what? But when you quote specifically and when they add the value and emphasis, don't just quote things. You quote when they add. Where possible, paraphrase the law. Don't reproduce a whole 2 pages of a decision, a judgment of our authority. Okay? Let me do italics for emphasis. Does not alert enough to see your point without help, which means there is some shortage in your judgment that a person needs all the time to be guided. Minimize the use of Latin. You are not English judges who attended classical education. We are all here, Makiriri, Simanyi, Nairobi, Tanzania, but now you want to be Italian. Classical education, where the use of Latin flows naturally. And by the way, Latin is no longer the thing. It is now the other way around. Now the people who speak Latin want to learn English. They want to learn English a lot. You see them attending classes of English. The Chinese, if you go to China now, you find there our African men here and women teaching English. They are very powerful teachers there. Of course, they can't be assessed by the Chinese because you don't know whether he's speaking very good English or not, but they are living well where they are in China. And, except when COVID came and they wanted to come and couldn't come. Minimize, and we say the parties and their counsel may not be impressed, yet they are the primary target. If you as a judge or magistrate, you write so much of it using a lot of Latin, the recipients, that is the advocates and the parties who are the primary target, may not like it too much. So if you look at this case, it says even in England the excessive use of Latin has been a subject of criticism from as early as 1943. We have a case there which is going to help you. That is Ingram. I think the cases are comparatively few in which much light is obtained by the liberal use of Latin phrases. Nobody can derive any assistance from the phrase novus aquas intervenes until it is translated into English, new intervening act. So if you write it, your reader may not understand until you change it for him. Use of headings is a very involved long trial is advised. Examples are found in election petitions where if you don't use headings, it will look funny. You use headings in those, especially the long judgments, so that if we are looking for something, it is easy. Use of dramatic statements can be effective in introducing the story. So somebody, that one I think was Overlord Denning, or who says, in 1972, a sword fell on the Asians living in Uganda. It was the sword of the President General Amin. He began that way. When he begins that way, your interest comes immediately. You see? So that is Denning in the case of Thacker versus Secretary of State. Then in this Bluebell time Kent by Denning again, it happened on April 19th, 1964. It was Bluebell time in Kent. Mr. and Mrs. Hinz had been married some 10 years, and they had 4 children, all aged 9 and under. He doesn't want to say so and so 5, so and so what, so. They had 9 and under. The youngest was 1. Mrs. Hinz was a remarkable woman. In addition to her own 4, she was foster mother to 4 other children. So there's a family of 8 children. To add to it, she was 2 months pregnant with her 5th. She was quite busy lady in that direction. Now, you see, they're just giving us a style of writing. On this day, they drove in a Bedford mobile van from Tonbridge to Canvey Island. Resolve a picnic tea. Husband, Mr. Hinz, was at the back of the mobile making the tea. Mrs. Hinz had taken Stephanie, her 3rd child, aged 3, across the road to pick bluebells on the opposite side. There came along a Jaguar, car driven by Mr. Berry, out of control. A tire had burst. The Jaguar rushed into this lay-by and crashed into Mr. Hinz and the children. Mr. Hinz was frightfully injured and died a little later. Nearly all the children were hurt. Blood was streaming from their heads. Mrs. Hinz, hearing the crash, turning round and saw this disaster. She ran across the road and did all she could. Her husband was beyond recall, but the children recovered. An action has been brought, so you can look at that. She's asking for 15,000, the judge, let me see, the pecuniary loss to Mrs. Hinz by reason of the loss of her husband has been found by the judge to sum 15,000. But there remains the question of the damages payable to her for nervous shock, the shock which she suffered by seeing her husband lying in the road dying and the children strewn about. So there are things you could do by mediation. You could do the issue of mediation of the accident, the cause of accident, and so on. You do the mediation. When it comes to, but how much? You might begin finding resistance. Then that would be the only portion you would send back to the judge to do what? To determine the quantum of the same. Many times we do that, and it works. Now he says, I start my judgment as it were with a prologue, as a chorus does in one of Shakespeare's plays. As a chorus does in one of Shakespeare's plays to introduce this story. I draw the characters as they truly are, which he did, you saw, using their real names. I avoid long sentences like a plague because they lead to obscurity. Long sentences lead to obscurity. And by the way, the shorter the sentence, the emphasis it gives. Instead of saying it was very, very, very hot, you can simply say it was hot. And that one is stronger than this very, very son was drawing this. What? You use that. I draw the characters as they truly are using it. So it is no good if the reader cannot follow them. I refer sometimes to previous authorities. I have to do so because I know the people are prone not to accept my views. This is what we said. Who are you to write a judgment without authorities? Who will believe you? You must first be an authority before you write a judgment without authorities. So he says, I have to do so because I know that people are prone not to accept my views unless they have support in them. So the books, but never at much length, only a sentence or two. I avoid all reference to pleading and orders. They are mere lawyers' stuff. They are unintelligible to everyone else. I finish with a conclusion, an epilogue, again as the chorus does in Shakespeare. In it, I gather the threads together and give the result. When you are practicing law, as we are, you'll find a person coming before you with an application and reads. This is an application for this and this and this. It is supported by an affidavit of the applicant. In paragraph 1, he says this. In paragraph 2, he says this. He's reading to you. You have them. The file is you've been having. But you are listening. What are you listening to? For me, I don't have that time. I will tell you, is there anything new? Because you are the one who gave me these papers. And if I don't know what is in them, it means I did not prepare before coming to court. So, because if you do that, if you read those affidavits, submission of counsel is not evidence. He can speak up to tomorrow. It's not evidence. The evidence is in the affidavit. So if you read the affidavit and understand it, you have got the evidence of the matter. Why should he read to you line by line? You put your pen, he says, but my lord, you are not writing. He said, but it's already written, you gave it to me. So at the end of the day, you actually, as you adjourn, you give your ruling and get out with it. Why? Because you had actually already written it mentally, using the evidence he gave you. So you can fix 10 applications and finish 8. Because you have the evidence and everything. In fact, it is here where we sit and listen to applications. I was in the Supreme Court of India. It's a line, 57 applications in the morning. A line you queue, of course they have a lot of technology there. So on the walls, every corner there is a clock, and it is showing Wangutusi's case, Kwizira, Tera. It is showing all in the corridors everywhere. So that's when you walk there. Otherwise, the line would be impossible. But still, it's a line. Because the judges have already read the applications, the evidence, and everything, everyone who comes, they just say, so and so, granted. And these are applications. So and so, granted. Not granted. Granted. Then if they want to ask something, say, did you mean this? Yes. Not granted. Like that. And they finish. 57. Because according to them, and it makes sense, there is no reason to hear unless you want clarity. What is he going to do? He's reading to you the notes of motion which you have. It's even written in English. The affidavit is the evidence. And he can't amend evidence by submission. So think about it. So you what some of us would do, you pretend to be listening to the fellow afresh. You give him the time. He talk, because if you don't, he said the judge refused to hear me. Hey, so you talk, you are English, another one, you talk. After that you say, not granted. Judges do not have to adopt, of course, what Lord Denning was using to write plainly. However, his approach and techniques are instructive in writing in plain judicial language. Copying Lord Denning is not necessarily a good idea. But learning from his skills is a good thing. You see? Avoid the straight narrative style which never really poses the question to be answered. Everything should pose a question to be answered. Then you benefit. A judgment is not a detective story. It should consist of posing of questions and thereafter of findings of facts relevant to the questions and the stating of the answers to those questions based on the applicable law. It is a bad practice to summarize evidence of every witness. We have said that many times. When use of paragraph is advised to give readers a break. Long paragraphs are dull to read. Proper grammar and punctuation shows professionalism. Some of us, we used to read, and this one I say with the greatest respect to my friends from Tanzania. Now it has changed. Now they are doing English courses. Lawyers read English courses and so on. Those many years would be a big problem if you got a judgment from there. It is in English, but you would find it very hard to follow. So they broke up and said, no, we must repair this. They now have grammar classes. I think in the law school, you are going to do law, grammar, read. So they teach them English, especially because most of the time they are in Swahili. Proper use of grammar and punctuation shows professionalism and makes writing easier to understand. Read judgments by senior judges to appreciate the use of style and language in making judgments more professional. Write judgments regularly. Write them regularly as a way of practicing and perfecting the science and the art of writing understandable judgments. Now, time is essence in the delivery of justice, because parties come to court because they are aggrieved. When you delay in handing down the decision, increases their agony and frustration. Article 28 requires speed of our constitution, as you know. In Uganda, the Code of Judicial Conduct imposes 60 days. You have 60 days within which to write your judgments. Many of us have breached that. Many. And these are issues of case management. We had a judge in Ginger who told the people, file what? Written submissions. All of you in all your cases, file written submissions. They are filed. All the appeals suddenly were filled by written submissions. All the applications were filled with written submissions. She was stranded with 80 files within a few weeks. And yet she had 60 days within which to deliver each of them. So it was a case of a problem of case management. She opened the floodgates. Now she couldn't write a judgment per day, 1.5 to do away 60. So how you manage your judgment, your cases is important. Similarly, don't fix and have 30-party hard cases. You have 30-party hard cases, and tomorrow Kampala says you are now moving. To whom are you leaving them? So find a way. We need time one day to do a course of case management together, and we see how we can, together we should find out how does one work to avoid keeping 30, 40, 50 judgments in a country where you go to sleep as a judge of Mbarara and you wake up as a judge of Arua. How do we do that? Of course, these days I'm told they give you a month or so to finish, but you will not finish. Time is obvious. Delay in handing down decision increases agony. 28, and the code of conduct has given us 60 days. So I've given you various countries. In Australia, they deliver within 90 days from the closure of the final address in Australia. In the Philippines, it's a constitutional requirement to deliver judgment within 90 days. Theirs is constitutional. Very tight. You can play around with the rules and so on, but this is constitutional. In Guyana, a judge may be removed from office for persistently failing to write and deliver judgments, and they have it in Article 197.3 of their law. Nigeria, every court establishment, this court shall be delivered 90 days. So, my Lord, DCJ Emeritus, why have you people left us at 60? Now you can't do it anyway. After all, you were also suffering the 60 days. Because it's 90 everywhere, in most places. 60 is too little. If you give me 40 cases to finish in 40 days, when do I write those judgments? I think we should pass this over to CJ, DCJ, and PJ was here. We missed to do that. 90 days. And I want to say thank you very much for listening to me. Yes. Do we have any questions? Which we shall answer together. Because some of those questions are quite tough, but which we shall.
My Lord, I think let's clap again and say thank you.
Thank you, my Lord.
My observation is we should ask questions and get answers after lunch. Yeah. I think I don't see anybody here who is not hungry.
But before they go, I don't know if you can give me a few minutes. Before they go, you all have this files. But you have a bunch of documents. Now you take those documents. Let us see. Do you have Messi kwa Peter na Rwanda Rita ambazo zimekuja mambo ya kasoro? You have it? Oh, sorry. You have them? Do you have Wamboka? Wamboka. And you have Muramuzi. You have the Justice Muramuzi's judgment. You have Justice Muramuzi's judgment. You have Wamboka and you Rebecca. And you have the one Major General Kasirye John. Mwesigwa Peter. Mwesigwa Peter. You have that. Okay. And you remember the groups you were in. You remember the groups you were in. Anybody forgotten his, her group? Hey, it would be interesting. Now, are we together? Yes, the only three. Wamboka. And yes, those three. So there are three. Our groups are four. Now, when you look at the judgment for Mwesigwa Peter and read through, we want the group. Are we together? Because you might reach there and have a problem. We want the group that is going to handle that Mwesigwa Peter to tell us whether the structure of this ruling or judgment is okay. Are we okay? Whether the structure of this ruling is okay. And also look at the orders and tell us whether the orders are all right, you can go by them. Now the group which is going to do Justice Muramuzi's case, Kiria. You see Kiria? Is going to tell us whether the structure of that judgment is all right. Okay? Are we together? Whether the structure is all right. Then are we together? Is going to tell us acceptability of the evidence. Wamboka. You are all clear on that. So now, relevance and applicability. So the one is for Wamboka. Two groups will do Wamboka. Two groups will do Wamboka. Two. First of all, you know your groups. Huh? Do you know your groups? Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, Group 4. You have 4 groups. So Group 1 is going to do the structure, going to do Mwesigwa Peter and Kasirye. Okay? Group 2 is going to do Kiria. They know. I'm just reminding them, but they know. If they don't, we shall guide them. Yeah, I'm saying. Oh, okay. We wait. the
Okay, we have people online. The same simulations are going to be sent to you. A work group shall be created for you. You'll also discuss the work being discussed here, and we shall hear from you. So be with us all the time and do the simulations as well. We have 14 people online. We think that's one group. We shall hear from you after the discussions.
Then you can even ask them to do Wamboka.
Okay.
The one on Wamboka.
I'm guided you will do the simulation on Wamboka, and that's the one that will be sent to you. If you need any other clarifications, you can ask our team leader, just Wangutusi, just now. Or send a message online. You will be assisted. My Lord, you can continue.
Thank you, my Lord. So we said group 1 is going to handle Mwesigwa Peter. Group 2 is going to handle Kiria. Group 2 is handling Kiria. Are we all together? Then group 3 and 4 will do Rebecca Wamboka. Group 2, we are looking at structure of judgment writing, the structure. You remember we went through structures today. How does your judgment look like? Even group 1 will do the same. So first of all, you are going to criticize. You are going to criticize or appreciate or critique those two, and then suggest what it should look like. Similarly here on group 3 and 4, Wamboka, we want to see whether there was relevance and applicability, whether the magistrate worked well or so on. There was the evidence supposed or correctly admitted. N'ebintu ng'ebyo. I beg your pardon. Alan, your group is what? It is 4. Judge Kafosi, yours is what? But you are here. You are the group which sits here. So that is group. That is group 1. That is 1, because if you are the one who are there and shifted here, that was group 1. Now the group which sat on the left immediately as we enter that side on the left will be group 2. The group which was right ahead at the end of the building is group 3. The group which was on the right as you enter, the PowerPoint group, is group 4. Are we okay?
Yeah.
So now the administration, management should take over from there.
My lords, your worships, when we go for lunch,
Yes,
lunch should end at 2:30. We shall close lunch at 2:30. You close by yourself. Then administration can tell us any administrative announcements?
But my lords and your worships, before you go, I shared some communication on the forum yesterday in the evening. I hope you read it. It was stating that we are going to have a settlement program. All of us who are training here as mediators at our courts, and we request that you identify files at your courts after the training. We shall get a communication from the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, who is the Chair Case Management Committee, about when we shall be starting the settlement program. The settlement program will be a 2 weeks mediation session that is going to be conducted by us, the participants. And the goal is to align the training and the skills acquired with case management and disposal. So in those 2 weeks, you'll not be judicial officers, you'll be mediators to handle those matters at your courts. But also we are aware that some of you are just one person at the station. So meaning you cannot handle matters as a mediator and then later do them as a judicial officer. You will be inboxing me, and then we shall see how we can switch judicial officers from one station to another for mediation purposes. My Lord and your worships, we shared the reporting tools too on the forum. Justice Allen was asking about the consents that you do. For us, you can only know that you're doing mediation when you report through the ADR registry. When it comes as a consent and goes to magistrates' affairs, we presume that the parties have done it themselves and you have only received the consent. So as a judicial officer, if you have presided over a mediation and it has arisen, and our consent has arisen, you need to have a mediation file opened, give it a number, and then report using the mediation tools through the ADR registry. That is how we can keep track of the performance of the programs at your courts. The tool for plea bargaining too was shared. We request that you please use it to support the programs to run. I thank you so much, my lords and your worships. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
United people are doing what? Have you tried?
Hello, colleagues online. I'm informed you've been given an assignment.
If you prefer going at 8, we again also relax. Let's begin. Let's begin. Group 1 is here. Group 2 and 3 and 4 are that way. Which is your group? Kalibira wakuti. First, I'll come after. But let us see if those who are there and begin looking. Group 2 is going to look at this case. Yes, let's look at this case. Mbarara, we're going to finish this paper today. We do all the 4. Friday, where we need Hey, this is Judge Wangutusi. You were given assignment on the case of Wamboka. Has it come? Oh, they did discuss this. So, hello. I have to go there. Is Justice Kanyange with us? Is she online, Justice Kanyange? Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Yeah, this is the training center at Mbarara. And I don't know whether you got the case of Wamboka that we are supposed to look at. I am told you are there. How many of you are there? I notice Justice Mubiru is on. Yeah, now what we intend to do, you say you've got the paper. You've got to just to look at the paper and discuss the relevance, discuss evidence, its relevance and acceptability. Yeah, I think that should do it. Justice Mubiru Stephen, are you there, Judge? Judge, are you with us? Your Worship, Jacob Osilo, are you on? Yeah, good evening or good afternoon if you want it earlier. You got the instructions as we are supposed to do. Are you with Justice Kanyange? But you have got the case we are supposed to discuss. If you go to the chat room, there is a link. You will see it. Yeah, when you get it, you are going to look at the case, those proceedings, and you look at you come up with the acceptability of evidence, whether the evidence was sufficient, whether it was properly adduced, whether it was acceptable. Yeah. Okay.
Lady Justice Kanyange, we've tried to put you people in the same room. I don't know whether you are able to see each other in the same room now. Lady Justice Kanyange. Lady Justice, Lady Justice Kanyange, you can begin the conversation with Jackie and his worship Jacob. Thank you.
Since we are only two in the room. Jacob, you tell me when you get it so that we can begin so we are running out of time.
Okay, I'll inform you. I'm still trying to figure it out.
Maybe you ring out Howard Lillian to send it to you on your phone.
What's it for?
Butana, you have her number?
Now, I could share with you maybe to have it upload, could read for me the number if you have it, if I have it. Because this link you're talking about, where I have been shared.
It was shared on the Western Star, yeah?
Yeah, but, and I'm not on that. That's why I've missed it. I'm not on the Western group, yeah. Mukono here. That's why I started. Can somebody drop it on my WhatsApp?
That's what I wanted to see because now we try and just ring them. We're not picking. Your worship, what's your number? Hello.
0772 42 7080.
0772 42 7080. I wanted them, they were not
Oh, yes.
picking. I wanted them to do it for me faster. But they are not picking. I've sent it, your worship, I've sent it on your WhatsApp.
Let me check through and see, my lord.
Have you seen it?
But I'm scanning through, I've not yet seen it come through.
It's on the WhatsApp. It's not there.
Yes, I'm actually on my WhatsApp page, but I'm not seeing it.
Yeah.
Seeing anything that has come through like that. My lord, I would suggest maybe those who have it to do proceed with the discussion that just follow through in the interest of time.
We are only two in the group. Jackie had talked, but I can't see her.
My lord, I'm on.
You're on.
Yes, very on.
Have you you got the problem?
I've actually been reading it, my lord. I was left to just look at it.
But your worship, Jacob, I've resent it. You try again also and see. Anyway, so you've not yet finished reading,
I'm just left with a few pages, a few pages, like 3 or more.
Okay.
Mhm.
But it was short. The appeal. Hope I'm reading the same thing with you.
Yes, my lord, it was an appeal.
Rebecca Wamboka.
Yes, my lord, it was an appeal.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah.
My lord, I wanted to find out what exactly we're supposed to do because they also just sent it to me on WhatsApp.
Yeah, they were the instructions were
Yes, my lord.
was the evidence acceptable? That is for the
For the trial court.
For the trial court. I think the evidence of the doctor.
Oh, because I saw the trial magistrate had the matter in the absence of both state and counsel.
Yes.
Yes, the evidence of the doctor, the medical officer.
Yes.
Yes, that one I noticed that.
So they were saying, was it acceptable? Because the High Court found it was not. So was it the instructions? Was it sufficiently adduced? Was it acceptable? Look at the proceedings. In that evidence, the doctor first turned up. There was no prosecutor.
Yes.
And no lawyer. So the magistrate said this is an expert witness every time the parties are missing. So she took the evidence and the doctor tendered in the what? The report.
Yes.
Then she said she adjourned for cross-examination by the advocate of the what? Of the accused.
By the way, at first, my lord, he said, the judicial officer stated that I'm going to proceed with the matter today because getting experts is not easy. I will give counsel, or I will give the accused person a chance to cross-examine, or I will adjourn counsel to appear. But he didn't note that at the end. Instead, it is, I think, him who cross-examined.
No, she adjourned. But the next time,
yes,
still the advocate didn't appear.
Yes, I can see it.
So when the advocate didn't appear, then she was like, accused was given an opportunity. The advocate has not turned up, and she closed the what?
The prosecution.
And gave her ruling. Me, I believe there should her procedure was proper, even if the prosecutor was not around. I don't know. But if when the advocate didn't turn up the second time, should have given an opportunity to the accused person herself to cross-examine the what?
The witness.
The witness, instead of just closing. Because now when you close, the advocate has not cross-examined, and even the accused, because the accused can cross-examine in absence of what?
Of the counsel. That's very possible.
Yes.
Of his advocate,
yes.
So I think the error was there. Her closing, because the advocate was absent, instead of telling the accused to what?
To cross-examine.
So there, I believe that evidence was not acceptable. The High Court was correct to say that. But for defense, when she opened the defense, when she opened the defense,
and also testified, my lord.
And she cross-examined, then also adjourned.
It is the court, my lord, that cross-examined.
Yes.
Which was also not right.
Yeah, they're supposed to wait for the prosecutor, because now the prosecutor cross-examined after court.
Exactly, which was wrong.
Mm.
Yeah.
The whole category procedure. Yeah.
Mm.
Your
It's
worship, are you going to
ordinary.
present?
Who,
Are you
my,
writing?
yes,
Hmm?
I'm noting
No,
down
I'm
something.
noting.
You can
There,
Yeah,
read.
I'm listening in.
okay. How, your worship, you present, eh?
Oh, no, who, my lord? You mean him or myself, Jackie?
You, Jackie.
You,
Okay,
Jackie.
okay, okay, no problem, my lord.
Yeah, I don't even have the script here, but I'm following. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So that
I'm in agreement with the discussion so far. Mm.
uh, so that defense case also had an issue. Eh?
Yes.
Mm.
It had an issue. Though the prosecutor came, the lawyer said that they had closed their case, but when you read the proceedings, they had not yet closed. The magistrate refused to what?
To
To
close.
close and
Yes.
rightly waited for the what? For the prosecutor to come.
I also noticed that.
So she had not closed. But also that appeal, because we've been learning judgment writing.
It's exactly, for me, that's where I wanted to start from, my lord.
Yes.
Because
The judge.
Mhm.
Okay, let me listen to you.
For me, what I looked at first, actually, I hadn't received the instructions. At first, I thought that they were asking us to look at this judgment as is, and we see how we are faulting it, not the trial court.
Yes.
Now, you have given me the version of the trial court, but also the appeal itself has its own issues, my lord.
Yes. So can we?
Because first of all, I noticed that there were very many grounds, about 7 grounds that were listed in the memorandum of appeal.
Yes.
But these grounds were not touched by the judge in their format, the way they were supposed to be, the way other courts usually do them.
Yes.
Because it was actually very hard for me to see any ground besides the one of fair trial.
Yes.
The rest of the grounds were not specifically handled by the appellate court.
Yes.
And then I also noticed that the judicial officer who was handling the appeal was like, again, attacking now the trial judicial officer. If you
Okay, that the magistrate was biased. They've taken us the group. Your worship, it seems they've taken us to the group. Hello, I'd gone off.
I'm back on, yeah.
Jackie, are you back? So you also discussed that.
But also, have you noted
my lord, there is scenario where at times I've seen just to dispose of the entire appeal.
Yeah, but you state it.
You have to state it at the beginning still.
At the beginning.
7 issues. When I'm starting the issues, I'll say I will handle issue 1 and 3 concurrently, issue 2 and 4 concurrently, and then 1 separately. It's very important so that people can follow.
So they can follow.
And then you also say that maybe if the judge had said that these ones disposed of the rest, but they did not.
That's
true. They didn't mention.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So
okay, my lord.
Okay, and basically, I think that is it. Evidence of acceptability of proceedings was. I think that those were the instructions I had. So you can first discuss what we discussed about the evidence of that doctor. And defense case. Then you also talk about. You can see how to begin. Maybe you can first begin. Hello.
Hello.
I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you, my lord. You are saying?
I was saying, what will you begin with? With critiquing
if those are the instructions were to look at the trial court, we need to start with the trial court. Then we look at now
acceptability of evidence, basically. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
But my lord, have you also noticed
the shortfall on the appeal?
Have I noticed what?
Also in the appeal, my lord?
Yes.
That the judge clearly puts a paragraph stating that in the appeal, the accused person is represented, same as the state attorney, but there's nothing that states in the appeal that the state attorney said at all, or even the counsel. Have you noticed that?
No, at the beginning, she said, I've looked at their submissions for both sides. So she considered the submissions of both what? Of both sides,
Yeah.
which I think is okay.
That's okay. Without saying a single thing.
Yeah, sometimes you don't need to repeat everything because
That
they're
could
on
be the
record.
proceeding, but if this is the
Because you
judgment,
see, my lord, why I'm asking that, maybe in the submissions, there could have been an explanation on the other grounds, but they were missed out because the entire appeal was handled like a single-handed one ground. That's why I was looking at that.
But the judge noted.
I would imagine that maybe what the lawyers or the state mentioned would have been taken care of in the proceedings. But the body of the judgment, I think it was good to say that I considered their submission.
Yes, you look at it, your worship, at the beginning. The judge said they've considered what?
That one I saw.
Well, they're saying breakout rooms will close in very few seconds.
Yeah, a few seconds. The other thing, my lord, I wanted to also say was that to look at the appeal judgment, whether because there are those descriptions we are being told about the structure of the judgment, introduction and the body. So unfortunately, I don't have a copy, but our colleague could look at that also for a talking point.
Yes, that was lacking. You look at it, your worship.
Okay, my lord.
Okay. We've run out of time. 7 seconds.
7 seconds.
Okay.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Where are the other members?
No, it's just us.
Participants here can see up to 7 members.
No, 2 are administrators, your worship.
Oh, okay.
I think basically when you say those points we've raised, there will be enough.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
That's true.
Mm,
But they time it when they are starting the breakout group. So it is just automatic, closes itself.
automatic.
Yeah.
No, it is them who are not yet responding to our return.
Have time to relax. So it
Oh,
is there.
missing out on something out the other side.
My lord, this is the assignment.
Group one. Group one. What were we supposed to do? Are these for group one? Hey, who is the person telling us? You are the person telling us. Yeah, is group 5 with us? Group 5, the group online, is it with us? Yeah, but give us we wanted to begin when they are with us. Yeah, we might have to use this.
Of the ruling and highlight the gaps. The ruling was on a temporary injunction.
Thank you. Give us some brief facts.
The ruling has a bit of some gaps, so the brief facts are not very clear.
Give us brief at the gap. There must be facts. On what way?
We're working on the facts, but they're not as clear. So the applicant in this matter was seeking for a temporary injunction.
Yes.
Regarding a suit, which is not described, but the ruling states that the respondent is a registered title holder and the applicants are alleged to have customary interests.
So tell us how you found that ruling. Was it really properly structured as to enable people to follow?
The ruling was not properly structured based on how it's supposed to be presented. One positive was the fact that there was a caption. It has a heading, and the parties are also mentioned. However, going to the second part of the structure of the ruling, the introduction is lacking. It's ambiguous, just like I had stated earlier. It makes reference to, it says, restrain the respondents, but it doesn't tell us what they are restraining them from. So the introduction is very, it's not clear. It lacks clarity. Also, it doesn't capture the remedies being sought by the applicant. It doesn't give us clear facts. There is no dispute. There is no description of the suit land as well. And we also do not know under what law the applicant is seeking court redress. Thirdly, under structure element number 3 under structure, there is no clear background. It's an application, but there is no reference made to the affidavits of the applicants as well as the respondents. So number 4, what's also supposed to be included, no representation. The ruling keeps referring to counsel, but it doesn't mention whether counsel is for the applicant or counsel for the respondent, and yet it's not an ex parte application. Number 5, it's required to have issues, but the issue here is not clear. It only says whether this application should be granted or not. It does not speak to the grounds raised in the application. So we found that the judicial officer did not appreciate the facts clearly, and he didn't speak to the grounds while framing issues. So since the issues were not framed properly, the judicial officer was not able to resolve this issue clearly. Number 6, the law applicable, just like I had mentioned earlier, is not presented in the ruling. However, the case law is cited, but the statute is not cited in this application or resolving of the issues raised. Number 7, resolution of issues.
What case is cited?
The case cited is Mugisha Robert versus Kato Abdu. That's the last, on the first page, the last line. Last paragraph, last line.
Yes. Does he give the page number?
No. No
Okay.
page number, but the citation is there, Civil Appeal number 19 of 2020.
Okay.
Then under evaluation, which should be the number 7th element to include in a proper judgment, she makes reference, the judicial officer makes reference to the conditions to fulfill a temporary injunction. However, she only lists them. She does not discuss them and apply the evidence per the affidavit. So there is no analysis, basically. Also looking at the first paragraph of the ruling, it says the respondents are registered title holders of the suit land and the applicants are alleged customary interest claimants. And for us, according to Group 1, this raises issues of bias. It seems the judicial officer is biased from the start, and yet this is an application not to determine the final, it's not a final, she's not, it's an application and she's not concluding the matter. For lack of a better word. Since there is no evaluation of evidence in this ruling, obviously there is no conclusion because the judicial officer does not look at all these conditions mentioned, like prima facie case. There is nothing stated or she does not analyze it. So obviously there is no conclusion regarding all the conditions to warrant the grant of a temporary injunction. And then looking at the last page, it is not signed. It only mentions Namara Ruth, and it doesn't seem like an electronic signature to Group 1. However, it's dated. That is what we were able to highlight as the gaps in the ruling.
Yes. Thank you very much. Can we clap for her? Are there comments, questions that you would like to raise?
My Lord, there is still a second part to our question. We were also supposed to look at the orders.
Yes.
Yes. So for the orders, we found that they are a bit ambiguous. The judicial officer says costs shall follow the event, but she leaves it hanging. And then the language used is also not proper. She says crops and livestock may be shifted, and yet court orders are supposed to be authoritative and very clear. So what does can? She says can. What does can mean? So it can leave various interpretations to the parties. So there was need for her to coach it in mandatory terms and maybe say shall. Yes, that is all for Group 1.
Okay. The temporary injunction is granted as noted in paragraph 1 of the chamber summons, with the conclusion blocking the use of the suit land until the determination of the main suit. Any crops thereon or livestock can be shifted or harvested within the next 6 weeks. Because now she presupposes that they have matured within the next 6 weeks. She does not say since they are mature, because and that's what she calls ambiguous. Any comments? Do you have any comments or questions that you would like to raise? My Lord, are you?
There was talk about the signature, the last page. What if that was her signature, Mbarara Ruth? Is there a legal requirement that every judicial officer should have a signature? Did you address your minds to that aspect? Because the judicial officer might be signing like that. There could be judicial officers just putting their names. What happens? There was a reaction there? Yeah.
My Lord, I think
there is a lot of forgery in this country. You may get an order like that, and someone just puts there your initials, no, your names. There is no way you can say, this is not mine. But if you have your unique signature, at least you'll be able to say, this is not mine. This is not how I sign. But otherwise, legally, I believe, just as you must date your order, and so there is no legal requirement that you must have a signature. I thought I should give you that caution.
My Lord, there is a legal requirement. And that's why they say when you deliver, you must sign. You must sign.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
So it becomes a signature.
That's your signature.
Group 5, are you with us? Are you with us? Are you with us online? I can see Honorable Kanyange Susan. Are you there?
I'm present. I'm present. I'm present.
Hey, Tony, is that how we are going to? We seem to be having
My
a
Lord, I am
network.
ready.
You are there. Are you following the proceedings here?
We are not clear.
My Lord, I'm ready.
Thank you. But are you listening?
Seems they can't hear.
Have you been listening to the
Yeah, it's
presentation?
possible. That's why I think they need Tony to put the microphone. The gadget.
Yeah, it is it is equipment problem. But I can see you are there. You speak one at a time.
Good afternoon, my Lord. And my Lord's President and your worships.
Good afternoon to you.
Can you hear me, my Lord?
Yes, please, I am hearing you. Can you hear me?
My Lord, can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Let us see if we can rectify that.
All the mics are muted, including the one administrator.
We are hearing you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you, my Lord. My Lord, my name is Jacqueline Kagoya. I'm attending online.
She is asking me. You tell her she can't hear me. She can't hear me. She can't hear me. She can't hear me.
Okay. Oh, okay, my lord, this is what we agreed on
Yes,
in the group that is online.
Yes, please.
We first of all looked at the trial court and the faults that were there. The very first thing, my lord, that we discussed about is the fact that it was wrong for the trial magistrate not to record the evidence of the doctor in the absence of the state attorney, because it was supposed that certainly the state attorney is supposed to lead the witness, that is the prosecution. At least it would have been okay if counsel was absent, but at least they needed the state attorney to be present, because if the accused was present, my lord, he would have, the accused person would have proceeded to cross-examine the witness, that is the doctor. Another thing that we looked at in the trial court, my lord, is the fact that the trial magistrate personalized the matter. In one of the paragraphs that was quoted by the appellate court, it states that I saw the accused person in Mbarara town chatting away, but the judge chatting away. So it appeared that the trial court, the trial judicial officer personalized the matter. So there was indeed a ground of bias that could have succeeded. Then receiving the judgment, there was also an issue that we discussed, my lord, on receiving evidence in the absence of state. We noted that it may not have been fatal if it was reflected on record. There was an issue whether the judicial officer was right to close the prosecution case and make a ruling on a case to answer in the absence of the prosecution and state. The discussion was that in most cases, there are many times when the prosecutor and the accused persons are not around. Could be maybe a trick on one side that they want the case to delay, so the judicial officer did right to do that. But of course, they ought to have put, at least after making the ruling, the accused person ought to have led the evidence, his evidence, which he did. But now the other issue was when he led the evidence, she led the evidence, the accused person, the court made a mistake of being the one to first cross-examine the witness. Immediately the witness testified, that is the accused person, it is court that cross-examined her instead of waiting for the prosecution to cross-examine. So they first cross-examined before he adjourned for prosecution to proceed with the cross-examination of the accused person. Then there was also another issue, my lord, where counsel for the defense prayed to court to close the defense case, but the judicial officer refused to close the defense case. That was another fault that we saw. But my lord, still, as we found faults on the trial court, there were also quite a number of faults in the appellate court. The very first fault that we saw, my lord, was that, first of all, many grounds were listed, and it appeared that most of the grounds could have been maybe out of 7, there would have been like 3. So the other thing that still happened in the appellate court was that the trial judge, the appellate court handled the entire appeal as if it was just one ground. So it was like all the grounds were mixed up in discussion. The grounds were not raised. No grounds were raised in support of the application by counsel and state, although we noted that the court stated that I have considered the notes written by counsel for the accused, for the appellant, and also the submissions by the state attorney. So the appellate court in that process, because the appellate judge handled the entire appeal in an omnibus way, missed out on their role as the first appellate court to reevaluate the evidence its entirety. They only concentrated on the evidence of only the doctor, who was, I think, PW5, and then the evidence of the accused person. That is what all the appellate court looked at. So it meant that as if there was no other evidence on record that the appellate court could have looked at to evaluate. Who knows, maybe the other evidence would have supported a conviction had they looked at it. Then the other thing was that the trial magistrate refused, just a moment, not the trial magistrate, the High Court the High Court judge wrote the decision, the appeal, while he was annoyed. Very, very annoyed, because we noted also, whereas the trial magistrate was biased, it appeared that also the appellate judge was very biased on the trial magistrates because of some of the statements that the appeal court was writing. It was noted in the lower court that the trial magistrate stated that I saw the accused person loitering in Mbale town. And this is what the appeal court stated. Surprisingly, when the magistrate was loitering in town, he happened to see the appellant, if he did so anyway. So I imagine how the appeal court was also looking at the trial magistrate loitering in Mbale. It appeared that he was also being biased against the judicial officer. Then the other ground that we looked at in the appeal court was that the judge only stated that this justifies the grounds of appeal in the memorandum of appeal. The trial was conducted contrary to criminal procedure and all complaints in the memorandum are upheld. There was nothing that was stated that the appeal court was either considering the grounds like say 1 and 2 concurrently, 3 and 4 concurrently, or any separately. That wasn't written. So it was just like somebody discussing the entire appeal at once. So with that, we also went to the structure. Although we did not get, my lord, enough time to look at the structure, but still we noted that it wasn't structured in the way that we have been taught in this morning, structuring of the judgment itself. So in brief, the appellate court also there was a mistake that was, I don't know whether it was a mistake, I thought I should point it out, my lord. The appellate court made a decision on page 2 of the decision before they went ahead to even re-evaluate the evidence in the rest of the decision. I think that is it. My lord, the members are on the group. Maybe if they could add on anything in case I've left out anything. Thank you.
Yeah, let them do that. That's good. Let the members add.
Thank you, my lord, that is it.
My lord, maybe supplement that there was the issue which we talked about of messing up the ground, and the appellate court missed out on evaluation. It appears they only evaluated the evidence of the doctor as if there was no other evidence in the lower court. So that one also came out in our discussion.
Okay. Many thanks. Many thanks. Any other? So thank you very much. That was, I think, very nice done. I don't remember hearing the clap. Did we clap? Yes, it was very nicely done. We had a group of 3 and 4, isn't it? Is group 3 here? We can take off, you also handled the same thing. Let's take on group 3. 2, don't think I've given up on you. I'll be coming back. Let's take on group 3 and 4, and we see, because they did the same thing. If there is anything that you want to add or you want to supplement, please do so. Group 3. Group 3 is Wamboka. We don't have group 3. I thought we had. Huh? Yes, let's begin with the 3. Where is the 3? come and tell us what Wamboka. We've had a very nice presentation by our colleagues in Kampala, Group 5. I think we can say they did a dissection which brought out a lot of information. But it shows how we are working, how we are handling our cases. You see it's perfunctory. Just as if it is you are dealing with your herdsman instead of litigants. Okay. Is it working?
Yeah, thank you, my lord. I belong to Group 3, and our chairperson is His Lordship, Mr. Kwizera. What the group online has highlighted is what we also actually found. So I would like to associate with the findings of group. Yes, as the rapporteur of my group, and I'm sure the entire group also concurs that what was found. Yes, but a few things. In our group, we found that the grounds of appeal were generalized and vague, thus offending the law. They were not specific. They were not precise. They were not concise. So we thought that the appellate land judge should have commented on that and perhaps reframed them for purposes of evaluating the evidence. Number two, we also found that the structure was really faulty. He did not, most of the apparent judgments we have read, the judges are normally keen on highlighting their duty to evaluate the evidence and to subject it to fresh scrutiny, and in this case it was not highlighted. So we thought that was a flaw in the structure. Thirdly, the judge on the appellate judge communicated the decision at the beginning before evaluating the evidence and stating the reasons. And during his lordship's address in the morning, first of all, the prosecutor was absent, was indisposed on that day. So the trial judicial officer seems to have descended in the arena of defense counsel. Yes. Yes, the trial court assumed the prosecution role. I think after the testimony of the medical doctor and admitting the evidence, the PF3 form, court was adjourned for cross-examination. And the next time the matter came up, it's actually a court which conducted. No. The cross-examination was conducted by court on behalf of the accused person. So we felt that to that end, court descended in the arena of the defense counsel. Whereas court is allowed to ask questions, they should be questions for clarification. The court has no right to cross-examine. So we think that evidence was admitted wrongly. I think the group also found that there were extraneous factors which were considered, both in the lower court and at the appellate court. In the lower court, the trial judicial officer considered the fact that when he stepped out, he saw the accused person in town doing something. So I think that was, the group found out that that was an extraneous factor, but also the appellate judge also toward the end, he considers some extraneous factors to make a decision where he says that I will not order a retrial because of the trauma the accused person has been subjected to. He mentions other issues. Then the other thing we found out is that in his judgment, the appellate judge made some prejudice statements, like that this is a bizarre trial I've never seen in my life. That's like a Hollywood something. So we thought those were prejudice statements. But also we found that the group online used the word angry, but and in our group some were suggesting that we use the word bitterness. But at the end we agreed that he was under too much emotion and sentiment when he was doing his judgment. Briefly, that's what we found out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You seem to be agreeing with our colleagues in Kampala. Before we go in for comments, let us have group 4. Group 4, so that we do the comments together in that matter. What you notice is that the magistrate did not only jump into the arena, but he also became a witness. The magistrate became a witness. And I think he almost became a collector of evidence from town to bring to the court.
Thank you, my lord. This is group 4, chaired by the Honorable Justice Alan Ishimye and the rest of the guarantee members. My lord, in the paper you gave us, the name of the judge is disclosed, so we steered clear of critiquing it. That's the reason, my lord. So we do not, some comments were made, but I will not delve into them. So on the conduct of the criminal trial by the trial magistrate, our comments don't differ very much from what has been made by our online colleagues and group 3. I will run through them very quickly. Our first comment is a general one, is that most of the aspects where the lower court failed to perform its duty are actually highlighted in the judgment from page 6, 7 to page 8. But we shall run through them. One is court hearing an expert witness for the prosecution in the absence of the state attorney and the defense counsel. This is mainly in reference to the evidence by the doctor. That was PW5, who was compelled to give evidence by the trial magistrate in the absence of the state and the accused. Because of that, that witness was not cross-examined by the accused or his counsel.
Instead, he was cross-examined by the court. The main task for the groups was to pick out aspects that made the evidence wrongly admitted, and I think that is one aspect, because the evidence that was given in cross-examination by PW5 was actually solicited by court playing the role of the prosecution. Yet this was the same person sitting as the trial court, which was wrong because it goes against all tenets of the right to a fair trial, especially pursuant to Article 28 of the Constitution. Then court closing the prosecution case without affording a fair opportunity, one, to the state to submit or show cause why it should not be closed, because if that was a ruling, then ideally a fair opportunity should have been given to the state attorney to show cause why their case should not be closed. The other one is failure to allow parties an opportunity to file or make submissions before making a ruling on whether or not the accused had a case to answer. We feel the trial magistrate should have given the opportunity, because the reasons why he was rushing the trial did not clearly come out in his ruling, at least from the record as we have it in the judgment of the High Court on appeal. The rights before closing, upon ruling on whether or not the accused had a case to answer, the rights of the accused were not explained to him, as is the duty of the court, upon making a ruling on whether or not the accused has a case to answer, especially where you find he has a case to answer. Then there was that entry that the trial magistrate made on, after adjourning, the magistrate took a stroll around town. We shall not use the word loiter. He managed to bump into the accused person. But at this point, he had already adjourned the matter to another date. That same day, the trial magistrate runs back to the record and records, in the absence of everyone else, what he had seen. And in the process also made a ruling cancelling bail. That was wrong because this was not scheduled in the first place. If you had already adjourned, then the file could only have been called on the adjourned date. And we do not see any circumstances that warranted the trial magistrate acting otherwise. Cross-examination of PW5 and the accused by the trial court. The trial court not only cross-examined the doctor, PW5, but he also cross-examined the accused. Again, this was evidence that was extracted through cross-examination by the trial magistrate as the cross-examining counsel, although he was the court. And that again goes against Article 28 on the right to a fair trial. Because you are the judicial officer, you are also cross-examining, extracting evidence that implicates the accused, until you extracting it through cross-examination, which was wrong. Then after court cross-examines the accused, the court grants an adjournment for cross-examination of the same person. So as if the cross-examination by the trial court or the magistrate was not bad enough, the same court adjourns so the accused can be further cross-examined, this time round by the state, even amidst protests by defense counsel, which were overruled on the blanket ground of interest of justice. We believe that was also wrong on the part of the trial magistrate. Admission of the medical report as an exhibit in evidence. Again, the accused and or his counsel ought to have been given an opportunity to submit on that and make any objections they could have had before the document was admitted, which was not done. It was admitted unilaterally by a court, which was leading evidence at that time. We noted that the ruling on whether or not the accused had a case to answer makes reference to an offense that is totally different from the offense with which the accused was charged. If you look at page 1 of the judgment, the accused was charged with assault occasioning actual bodily harm. If you look at the ruling on the accused had a case to answer, the offense referred to therein is assault occasioning actual bodily harm. Grievous bodily harm. Even the section cited totally different. So, although the court on appeal did not pick that one out, that was a serious error, because now with which offense are you trying the accused person? And there's no record that the charge sheet was amended at any one point. Cancellation of the accused's bail while taking into account extraneous matters. We have hinted on this already. The trial magistrate cancelled bail because he happened to bump into the accused in town, and without affording any right to be heard to the accused, the court proceeded to cancel bail on that basis. And when you look at the ruling cancelling bail also, the accused had advanced the reason that his relative had died. And in the ruling, it refers to sickness. These are totally different things. In the first one, someone is dead. In the ruling, you're referring to sickness. And I think that is the problem when you make the ruling without hearing from the parties. The rest relates to the judgment on appeal. There are comments thereon. Unless any of my group members wants to comment on it, then I will not. Worship Halim. You don't want? Thank you very much, my Lord.
The relevant thing by clapping for him. Okay. Comments before we go to the second group. Any comments? We have listened to group 5 in Kampala. We've listened to group 3. We've listened to group 4. Are there any comments? Of course, I've already told you that as a magistrate, you have no business going to town, acting like a Perry Mason, looking for evidence like Perry Mason, and then bringing it, giving it, not on oath, not being cross-examined. I don't know who would have cross-examined the magistrate, because he brings that evidence back home and uses it in the cancellation of the so.
Just a small one.
Yes, my Lord.
On group 3, I think they submitted that the appellate court did not point out the errors on the grounds of appeal. And that if they had done that, they would then have proceeded to reframe the issues, the grounds. I thought that's not what should happen. What should happen is that the appellate court would look at the grounds, see whether they comply with the rules of procedure, whether they are precise and concise. If they are complying, that's the apparent and injustice meted out on her by the lower court, as well as the time spent by the apparent in the just system. I think the group considered this a consideration of extraneous matters. But what's extraneous about this? Because the judge is looking at what is on record. It considers it to be trauma suffered by the apparent, injustice meted out by her, whether you agree with them or not. That's the way the judge is looking at it. But is it actually extraneous? I would think not. Just those two.
Thank you very much, my lord. Any other? Yes.
Thank you so much, my lord. My question is one in respect of justice for the victim of the crime. Are we balancing the aspect of justice for the victim of the crime, where you find that the accused is discharged because of the errors or the omissions of the judicial officer? In this case, we have I think it's called a Dambo Rose. And when you look at the end of it, as the judicial officer was evaluating, said cannot even order a retrial. But what about this victim of the crime? Is this person getting justice? Because it is also looking at that there was trauma that was caused to the accused. What about the justice for the victim of the crime? And my lord, I'm also looking at, we discussed it yesterday, where you find the errors of the judicial officer, not taking, maybe there is an omission in taking plea, and you find the court, at the parent court, cannot order the retrial and sets free this other accused person. But we are not looking at also this aspect of the victims of crime. Are we affording them justice? Thank you.
I want to associate the sentiments of the Registrar Mbarara. When Group 3 talked about rephrasing the grounds or not throwing out the appeal because the grounds were all general, and if we followed the law to the dot, we would have dismissed the appeal for no ground. But we looked at that pain which is not extraneous as guided, and we looked at all the illegalities that were in that file. How would you afford this lady justice that she deserves? That's what she's saying, and I would also want or like to be guided on that, because most times you find such a files. So if technically you follow the law on the dot, that person is going to rot in jail unfairly and illegally. So what would we do if we are faced with such a matter, that all the grounds fail, but there are so many illegalities and irregularities in the lower court trial file? Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. Are there times when you bring in your own emotions and say, if I follow the law to the dot, this person is going to suffer? Are there those occasions? Like which one? You tell us. Under what circumstances would we do that?
My Lord, I can't think of circumstances at this time. Give me some minutes to think. But there are several instances where.
And I will not forget. After some minutes, I'll come back. After something, you see, when
I think
when there are times when we follow socio-legal approach of administration of justice. And that is when you bring in what my brother Amos has just said. It is socio-legal thing. You say, what are you saying? The lesser damage. And you say, let me use this to... Did I hear somebody talking something?
Yes, I was saying that on the grounds of appeal, probably what you could do is explain that although they were not properly framed, you as the appellate court can pick out what it is about and then proceed. On that ground that they are not proper, you point out the errors and go ahead to say that you could still pick out what the subject matter was and you can proceed on that ground. But in a case where you're finding out that there was a mistrial, and then you go ahead to say, but you see the other woman was beaten, let me proceed, then I think that's stretching it too far. Issues of a mistrial, you cannot say there is a mistrial, but let there be a proper appeal. It is difficult to save.
Any other? Yes, my Lord.
To read some apart. No, a section in the presentation which I believe has been circulated. I didn't read it, but I feel it really relates to what we are talking about. It says in many African countries, judges grapple with the tension between achieving substantial justice and complying with the important technical procedure rules. Commercial litigants want their cases decided on merits. We said any person coming to court is entitled to determination of his or her case on merits, not dismissed on account of procedural mistakes. But judges or the judicial system are duty of deciding where to draw the line. So you have a position told now by one group and a position told by another group. Should a court overlook all procedural infractions in pursuit of the just outcome? Or must form be given the same weight as substance? There is no simple answer. But this is one of the dilemmas we must continually reflect upon. So the points which have been raised are really pertinent. It will depend on the judges using their wisdom to come to the conclusion they will reach. At times I tend to be religious. Say, I would look up to the Holy Spirit to give me the correct position. Yes.
The Holy Spirit.
Amen, you say.
The Holy Spirit is so evasive. You what would you do? You have two people, one allegedly assaulted, one who was the accused allegedly jumped bail and the bail was cancelled and remanded on the strength of the evidence of the magistrate who saw her roaming around town. What would you do? His Lordship says you leave it to the intelligence of the officer who is handling the case. What would you do? Would the suffering of this lady having been remanded and from the language of the magistrate you see biasness, would that be something that would absolve her or give her a chance to survive further prosecution? Her suffering. Yes, sir.
Thank you, my lord. I don't think it is enough to exonerate the accused from being prosecuted, because I've witnessed in some instances, just a conviction is enough for the complainant to feel justice is done. Sometimes even an acquittal is like, yeah, he's been acquitted, but I saw where we made mistakes. They are satisfied, they go contented that they have gone through the process of justice in a just way, other than attempting to go for justice and you come out frustrated. So to me, I think a retrial would have worked. Whether they convict the person again or not, that will depend on the evidence. Preferably before another trial magistrate.
You go by the letter of the law. Any other comment? Before we go to number 2? Number 2, where are you? We begin putting. Are these yours? Where are you, number 2? Bring the papers. Let's clap for everybody in respect of that case of Wamboka. But at least from what we have talked here, you should be very careful when you are handling a proceeding. Don't turn it into a playground where you say you do a little bit of film starship. Hey. The one time a judge in Jinja was present in a bar. And then he accepted to take plea of people who had fought in the bar. So when he reads out the charge and he asks whether it is true, the accused said, but you were there. You were there with us. Okay, can we have number 2? And tell us give us briefly the facts behind your matter, and then tell us what you did. That is Muramuzi.
Yes, this is group 2.
They do? Yeah, but are they on? Just a moment. Hello? Hello, my lord?
My lord, I am on. Can you hear me? My lord, I was also supporting the comment of His Worship Ben.
Yes?
why I said that they ought to have ordered rights of the victim might not be important, just like we have the rights of the accused. No other ground, and the only ground was the cancellation of the bail. I think there would have been maybe an option of counting off the days that that person was wrongly on remand if somebody was to be convicted. That is if there was no to count off, to take off the days that that person was on remand wrongly. That is my proposal, my lord. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've heard, it seems there is also somebody in group 5 who is agreeing with her worship that merely being in there on cancellation of bail did not suffice to form a basis of which you would simply say, now you go home, the matter is over.
When I look at the heading of this appeal, it was in 2000 okay.
2023, no, sorry.
It was in 2007.
Yes.
And the accused or the convict had been sentenced to 4 months imprisonment. There's a very high possibility that she had even served this sentence.
No, don't say high possibility. The record should tell you.
Yes, the record says the matter was completed in 2010. There's no, I don't see any record of bail. So I believe she had served her sentence of 4 months. And that's why the appellate judge didn't order for a retrial, probably because she had already, the injustice had already been meted on her and she had even served that sentence.
When is the judgment?
The judgment is reading 9th of December 2010.
So the 7 months.
4 months. She had served them.
The 4 months were already had been served. But the court would have said so here. The court doesn't say. The court doesn't say so. I agree with your line of argument, but the court, as we know, the judicial officer here doesn't seem to suggest whether the person had finished serving sentence. And by the way, there are now very many people who put in notice of appeal, continue in prison, serve sentence, finish it before their appeals are heard. And that is injustice. Because you give me 3 years, I filed my memorandum of appeal, and 3 years down the road, the case should be served and finished. And you want me to come back to court to tell you that I have now served and finished, so that you also say the case is over. That's why we have appeals which are never going to be heard because the people have finished their sentences and gone. We have them. And that's why when you are doing your case disposal management, it should include every day. No, every week. You should have 1 day to look at appeals. People don't do appeals. Actually, the judicial officers of Uganda do not do appeals. They do these fresh cases and so on. If you check and look at the rate of disposal of appeals, we don't do appeals. So my prayer here is that when you are doing your timetable for the week, you should have something for civil, you should have something for criminal, you should have a day for short causes, because those short causes, some of them dispose of the matters. The short causes, you do a short cause, the matter closes because you have refused to give leave to appear and defend, because you have napped it in the bud at the beginning through those three things we mentioned this morning: res judicata, no cause of action, limitation of time. Do those short causes. So they need a day. I used to have Wednesday. Then the Thursday, I would have appeals, because it would force me now to fix appeals. So you'd see how you can do your, fix them on Friday, you can fix them wherever you feel like, but give the appeals a day every week, so that and those, you'll not need witnesses. The majority, you'll not need witnesses, you only need the parties to come and submit on what you already have on your file. Yes, give that person to us.
Yes, my lord. Can you hear?
We are hearing you.
My lord, I was thinking that if the appellant judge had evaluated the whole evidence, because they didn't do their duty of evaluating the evidence. So the evidence of a doctor is only one piece of evidence. Maybe they would have found that the other evidence had even proved the ingredients against the accused person. In that way, they would have balanced the rights of all the parties, the accused person and the victim, to see if the errors were very grave that can lead to acquittal, or the appeal to succeed. That is my point, my lord.
Thank you very much. So you can see that a lot of stuff had been left out by not only the magistrate, but even the judge. And now you find that small thing of assault also going to the Supreme Court, because somebody must be satisfied. That's not so good. Can we thank the Group 5 for its contributions, and then proceed to hear Group 2 here? Yes.
Good evening, my lords and your worships. Alex Baguma, Magistrate Grade 1, Mbarara, from Group 2, which was guided by His Lordship Karoli Luanga. We are looking at the judgment of Justice Muramuzi, and it is very brief, one page, and the brief facts which we can gather from the judgment are that the judge relied on an earlier ruling of court in determining that there was no lawful or legal freehold created out of an expired lease. He also stated that Equity Bank did not gain any equitable or legal title. However, we see that Equity Bank is not among the parties, whether plaintiff or defendants, but he mentioned it in the judgment. And of course, he also relied on suspicions that he suspected that there was some connivance involving the bank officials and the borrowers. We don't know which bank officials. Of course, the defendants included a bank which is not Equity Bank. So we don't know whether the bank officials were from Equity Bank or JTI Bank. And of course, he also relied on the issues of illegality which are brought to the attention of court, and that all bank transactions must fail. And he stated that the fifth defendant, who is Nambatia, can recover the purchase price and damages from the bank. Again, we don't know which bank. And he entered judgment in favor of the plaintiff with costs. So we had to look at the structure of the judgment and critique the said judgment and also make suggestions on the proper or how it ought to have been. So we divided it in parts. We looked at the title of the judgment that we have, and we realized that, first of all, the heading, the Republic of Uganda, the heading is not proper. There is a T missing up there. We also looked at the parties to the case or to the matter, and there is only one name of each party, Chiria, and then versus Alurea or Court and others. Of course, only one name is listed there. And then we don't know who the plaintiff is. Chiria might be a court clerk or some other person. So the title. My Lord, of course, the legal title, the word plaintiff, was not stated there in the judgment. So it is only Chiria, then versus, but the defendants were titled properly, defendants. So the plaintiff is missing, or the word, it is a, yeah, it is, of course it is a misnomer. It may not be a, to the core. So we also looked at the JTI Bank. Normally banks use the word limited, and then there is no mention of Equity Bank among the parties, though Equity Bank is also listed in the content of the judgment, which was delivered by Justice Muramuzi. We also looked at the issue of the name of the judicial officer. Here it is Honorable Mr. Justice Muramuzi. However, there may be so many Muramuzis, and we don't know which exactly Muramuzi delivered this judgment, if we are maybe to court in our decisions. So we found that an issue. When we go to the body, we note that there is no introduction as we were guided in the morning. We don't know what the case is about. Is it about a land transaction? Is it about foreclosure? Is it about, so there is no introduction, there is no background for the reader or for the litigant to understand that, you know, this was my case and this was the defendant's case, so they were not listed there. Summary of the facts for both the plaintiff and the defendants were not mentioned in the content. We also saw that there is no representation or mention of any representation. That is, if at all the parties were represented or unrepresented. I think it had to be there in the judgment. We also saw that the judge, of course, in arriving at his decision, entering judgment for the plaintiff with costs, we don't see any issues that were raised in the judgment. And therefore, we don't know how the judge arrived at the conclusion that the judgment was entered in favor of the plaintiff. From the issues, we don't see any law applicable, whether he is talking about the burden of proof in civil matters or the standard of proof. We don't know how he came up to his decision that the plaintiff had reached that threshold in the standard of proof in civil cases. When you go to the analysis, we see no reference to any evidence whatsoever, apart from the judge suspecting that there was connivance involving bank officials. And also, we don't see any relation between the facts, as scanty as they are here, and the law. There is no law which was relied on by the judge in arriving at his decision. And therefore, since there were no issues, we don't see any finding on any issue, if at all it had been raised here. We have no findings on that. Then the final decision of court, although he entered judgment in favor of the plaintiffs, we don't see any reasoning in arriving at that decision of the ratio disdendi of the judge. And also the orders, or final order, the orders are not clear, or the order is not clear. We don't know which kind of judgment was entered in favor of the plaintiff, what was the plaintiff seeking for, or what were the prayers of the plaintiff for the judge to enter the judgment. So it is just plain judgment is entered in favor of the plaintiff. We don't know how the successful party will execute or extract the decree from this judgment. And then on the other issue, the judgment is not dated, it is not signed. because judgment which is not signed is not a judgment, as we discovered in the morning, as we all know, that that cannot be a judgment to be either relied on. So we relied on Orders 21 of the Civil Procedure Rules, which talk about the contents of the judgment, and also you can look at sections 136 of the MCA on the contents of a valid judgment. We also saw that there was no numbering of although it was one page, it was not numbered. And sometimes we use side numbers, 5, 10, 20, then you go back, but that was not provided for. So Worship Josephine will take you through the part 2 on how it ought to have been.
Thank you very much. Good evening, my lords and your worships. Now you're not responding.
Good evening.
I am Nasasra Josephine, Magistrate Grade 1 Research, attached to the Chambers of Justice Susan Kanyange. So we are looking at what a proper judgment ought to be. We made reference to Section 136 of the MCA and Order 21, Rule 4 of the CPR. So we found that it should have a proper title, then a proper description of the parties, like Alex already indicated. The names were indicated as Kidia. Okay, they were not full names. Then the full name of the judicial officer should be indicated. Then introduction, background, like a brief summary of the facts of both parties. Representation, if any, or if unrepresented. Then issues should be properly framed. Analysis of evidence, decision on each issue that has been framed. Then findings, orders, and the reasons of the findings. It should be dated, signed, and numbered. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those presentations. Comments? You all have the document of the Justice Muramuzi. What do you say? What do you say? First of all, you see, it says the buyer, fifth defendant, is free to recover the purchase price and damages from the bank. But judgment is not entered in its favor. Judgment is entered for the plaintiff. But it's the fifth defendant who is going to do what? It's the fifth defendant. Once an illegality is brought to the attention of this court, all bank transactions fall. Does he describe any illegality in here? Also as in his mind. That is in his lordship's mind. I heavily suspect there was some connivance involving the bank officials and the borrowers. Do we operate on suspicions as courts? So that even if he was to use his suspicion, he would be basing it on the wrong premise. If it purported to foreclose and sell, it was selling air. Now don't use that type of language. Yatunda mpeo. You know, that's, and I told you, don't think in vernacular when you are working. Think that's the language for the other place. Nakasero, I mean down, further down. That is not language in the court that he sold air. It was a question of not doing proper due diligence. There is no background. There is no evidence cited. There is no authority cited. There is no law cited. Was he, you think, lazy? Or he was just being cheeky? He was being lazy. What comments do you have? My Lord, do you want to say something about this Muramuzi? This is the judgment in total.
I think judges, judicial officers generally, you need to know that your duties are governed by the law. And that if you are going to give a judgment in favor of a party, you must have justification for the conclusion you reach. When was this case argued before this judge? What was the argument of the plaintiff? What was the argument of the defendant? What was the basis for analysis and the conclusion he reached? I think that's what Justice Wangutusi went through this morning. And this one fails on each of those. You come up, you make a judgment against one party and make an award against a different one. You suspect things and act on your suspicions. Azaria alone ruled. Where had he ruled? So these are the things you have to think about. That is why the structure of a judgment will help you. So that you know that if you are going to write a judgment, this is a structure that is known in Uganda, and that helps you to avoid these errors. Don't build your own structures. If you know that you need to record when you had a case, the parties, the representation, then the submissions of all the parties, then the analysis, then the conclusion. That keeps your mind down that you have that set up to do. But if you think you can wake up, sometimes you come from home when you are still annoyed and you go to this business, you're in trouble. So let's stick to structure of judgments that we handle. It will help us develop a proper judgment. Don't go by your own structure and set up. You know, structure keeps you on caution. But if you think you can do whatever you want because you are an independent judicial officer with the powers, these are the type of things you come out with. So kindly structure and content of what you are handling. My Lord, our leader.
Any other group? Or we are done? We are done?
Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you so much. I was looking at especially the last part, that is the remedies, the orders. The orders here seem to be so vague without any command of authority. For example, when he says the fifth defendant is free to recover the purchase price. Now, first of all, is free. We don't know how he's supposed to recover. It's not even any order as it sounds in terms of the language. Instead of the fifth defendant maybe shall recover, but also how shall he recover? Does it mean he has to file another suit? Something like that. And then we're also looking at also the fifth defendant may recover damages. Now we don't know whether it is general damages, special damages, punitive damages, and there are different principles applicable to them. For example, special damages have to be specifically proved. And then for general damages, they have to be, in other words, for special damages, they should have been particulars pleaded, but also for general damages, they are discretionary, but they have to be pleaded and proved. Nothing is mentioned as in respect to that. So now, what is the fifth defendant recovering after this judgment? We don't know whether it is 1 million, 2 million, or 1 billion shillings. Thank you so much.
But you see, if this judge had gone through the process of listing the claim of each party, then the judge, the submissions of each party, then the response from the different parties, then the analysis, and then come to the conclusion, we would be knowing what was happening in court. We would be saying the judge had looked at the claim of the first plaintiff, the defense of the second defendant, the analysis of the evidence, then you would be forced to come to conclusions. But when you jump and form your own structure, this is the danger you come to. Nobody knows what you are doing. It's not in the judgment. So no, you can't really be helped.
Convicting on uncorroborated evidence of someone. So I caution myself, as I did caution the assessors, that it is risk. That's how we used to go about it. Now, when you are writing a ruling, you are writing a judgment, caution yourself that yours might be brought up in a session like this as a training.
Did not put the names of the judge.
No, the judge might not have been a Christian, might have had only one name. So he probably he's Mlamuzi. And being Mlamuzi, it was relevant to what he was doing. My lords, your worships, we want to thank you. If Group 5 has no other comment, Tony, if Group 5 has no other comment, we would like to declare this thing an end. Yes. You know you have 40 minutes tomorrow. 40. Give them. Give them. Give them. They are giving them handouts just now. Okay. Bavudeo. Kuguli gwetumaze. We are informed by our friends online that actually the 4 months were never served. So I think they have found the case somewhere, that the 4 months were not served, which continues to strengthen her assertion that this be bringing emotions and Bambi, we don't know Garabie, into our work might not help. Because she didn't serve. I think they cancelled the remand and so on. We want to thank everybody who has been here the whole day. We have been very good attendants and participants. You have done all your work beautifully. You have all shown that judgment writing is something that can be learned or improved upon. And the way we listened to you, the future and the structuring of our judgments in this region is going to be excellent. Now, there are some papers being given out, handouts. Handouts, when you get some time, you can have a look at them. But tomorrow we are going to discuss things concerning them. We shan't be breaking into groups. We shall be looking at them as we discuss. We shall have Dr. Kisa, is it Kiseka or Kisaje? Dr. Kiseka taking us through from 9. Can we make it 9 o'clock? Yeah, because I know where you work, you make it at 8. So let's make it 9 here tomorrow and be ready so that we work through. Our intention is to cover as much as possible so that on Friday we are able to do what? To leave early. There are people who are going far. There are people who have farms. I know you've now reached your 99th cow. You want to go and see them in your farms. Is concerned, that is the end for today. I want to hand you back to the admin. Admin.
Thank you, my Lord. My Lords, your worships, let's thank our facilitators for today. And thank you to you too for being very active participants. We start tomorrow again at 9. Let us try to keep time. And those who would like to, my Lord, another walk today. Our guide is tomorrow. Okay, my Lord. The guide for yesterday is ready to take us round again. So those who want to walk, please feel free to join in the walk. Have a blessed evening.